to the edge of my self-health, wealth and happiness are clouding over. Discover that when I breathe out and gaze down on these ruins of broken hearts and unearthed bodies, I'll begin to discern that if I leave these things that I learned as a child, begin to spiral in a cycle that will never recover another. Now I know that I've become something less than what I now. I know I won't be let alone tonight. I think I want a fresh start. I'm running from a loveless animal. I want a fresh start. I'm running from a 4-foot criminal. Yeah, I wanna see a lunatic has finally lost his hold on me. Soon she'll arrive and she's gonna bring you to your knees. Turn away from those eyes, cause you know she only ever leaves. Pray you won't stay the same, hold fast to those memories. When the clock strikes 12, you'll begin to delve beyond despair, or so it seems, so it seems. And everything will be fine, probably. I think I want a fresh start. I'm running from a loveless animal. Yeah, I want a fresh start. I'm running from a 4-foot criminal. Yeah, I wanna see a lunatic has finally lost his hold on me. Yeah,
All right. We are live. It is day 12 after an extremely exciting day 11, where for the first time in this year's World Chess Championship, Gukesh D has taken the lead, and now he has to try and hold off Ding with the white pieces. And I can tell you, we're not going to see another London 19 moves of theory and then fizzling into a draw. I think for the first time, also, we're probably going to see Ding playing with the white pieces with some real intent, which should be very exciting. So that is what we have in store for today, day 12 of the World Chess Championship. Reminder, if I'm not mistaken, tomorrow is a rest day. So bear that in mind. And then we'll be back, I guess, Wednesday as well. Wednesday and Thursday to potentially decide it. And of course, there's still the option for Gukesh to lose today and for Ding to draw things up. But one thing is for sure, we're definitely going to see a lot more action over the board today and possibly tomorrow, not tomorrow, on Wednesday as well. So let's take a look at the Take podcast. Magnus and Levy giving their thoughts on game 11. I'm sure it'll be very interesting, considering that it was a much more exciting day than the previous one. So without any further ado, oh, and then I should mention the thumbnail. So with some further ado, today we have Pirates of the Caribbean theme. I'm sure many of you guys will recognize this. Captain Jack Sparrow as Ding, and then Gukesh as Davy Jones. Two kind of iconic characters. The face swap for Gukesh was extremely difficult. The AI was struggling to figure out exactly where the face was. So quite proud that I managed to get that one working. But yeah, just a few more thumbnails left. So if you do have any exceptional ideas, let me know. If I haven't used them already, then I can use them in the remaining days. All right, so let's take a listen to Magnus and Levy, see what they have to say about yesterday's game.
Okay, this is very brave from Ding. He wants to capture the pawn and prevent the counterplay at the same time.
This looks absolutely fantastic for Gukesh. And now, is he piling up the pressure?
And Gukesh captures the knight. It's over. It was a free knight, a blunder, and Ding resigns. It's game over.
Game 11 gave us action, great moves, blunders, time trouble. It gave us everything and eventually a winner. The challenger has taken the lead in the World Chess Championship match with only 3 games to go. Welcome everyone to the Take post-game show with the perfect pundit pair, Magnus and Levy. And let's bring in Grandmaster, world #1, Magnus Carlsen. How did you follow the action today, Magnus?
So I was generally busy, but I was able to follow the games quite a bit. At the start, even if you waited an hour sometimes to check in between moves, then something had not necessarily happened. So it was quite a spectacle.
That's a good word. It was quite a spectacle. And then we have international master Gotham Chess Levi Rosman. Was this the best game of the World Championship match so far?
Depends on which metric you are measuring. No, today was a perfect example of why chess can be extremely exciting. Classical chess can be extremely exciting, and also an example of why classical chess will absolutely never attract a mainstream sponsor or be a television product at the same time. So, yeah, we've got a lot of talking points.
Definitely. Let's.
All right. I think actually maybe I don't ever do this, but I think a good opportunity to pause. That is a very, very like interesting statement from Levi, saying that classical chess, it doesn't have the same ability to generate say big TV sponsorships and draw like a huge crowd. I don't know about that. We'll obviously take a listen to his reasoning in a moment, but I think I mean, we've seen from this year's World Chess Championship a lot of interest. The YouTube channels that have been streaming there've been tons of activity and lots of people watching. So there's been a real buzz around this year's World Chess Championship. In terms of the appeal of, like, say, for example, entering into mainstream success, I mean, we've already seen the beginnings of that. More and more people are playing chess than they ever have. And I think the World Chess Championship, even though many people might consider it sort of too slow paced because of the time controls, I don't think it's fair to say that that's something that's never going to happen in the future. But I do think some adjustments are needed. But generally, this kind of talk, like, we'll take a listen and see what Levi has to say in terms of his justification. But yeah, I just think it's not quite as cut and dried as he might be suggesting.
Let's dive into the games, you guys. So Gukesh had the white pieces. We had big expectations for this. This was the second to last game with the white pieces. And if he wants to take the lead in the match, this would be a good game for him to do it. So with the Reti opening, did we see ambition from Gukesh already from the start?
Oh yeah, this line with 2c4 inducing the pawn push from Ding and then taking space with b4. It is one of the more ambitious ways that you can play for white here. So there was no doubt today, as generally most days, that Gukesh had serious ambition, and this approach was more in line with what he had done in a couple of his previous white games rather than the Catalan he played last time.
I will say, I was a little bit confused here on two fronts, Magnus. So it obviously seems like with the white pieces, Ding is more than happy to make draws, and with black, he's more than ready to fight. He's done it a few times. But with this little time in the match, and given the fact that over the next few moves, he ended up spending an hour, why didn't he just play 2e6? Like, after 2e6, you just get a very solid, simple game, no? He wanted a fight, but he made it way more complicated for himself than necessary.
Yeah, so the explanation for this is that most probably Gukesh's intention after 2e6 was to play g3 and play Catalan. And the point is that you defer the move d4. And so Ding kind of plays pet line with bishop b4 check. So a lot of people who play lines with bishop b4 check against the Catalan, they sort of have to go to d4 in this position. And a lot of people also feel that it's the principal choice. In some ways, they feel that it's the best move as well. So it's hard to decide against. And in that way, what is shocking is the fact that King goes for the pawn push, then 3c5, which sort of is the main line these days, is faced by e3, which is one of the main moves here. This gambit is a lot more dangerous with an extra tempo than if you play it as black. So this all should very well have been expected by Ding. I guess very much like game one, he wasn't quite sure what to do, probably had forgotten his preparation, and then decided to improvise. But it is not a conventional approach for sure. And while he's sitting there, of course, it looks a bit silly.
He said, I can just tell you what Ding said at the press conference afterwards. He said that he remembered a game he had played in this opening against Adiban, an Indian top player, but he couldn't quite remember what was the good lines. And then he was spending 40 minutes calculating this knight move. And then Gukesh surprised him again. So he said, the time went nowhere. My calculation was nonsense, which must be extremely frustrating.
Oof.
Yeah, I mean, it's just kind of ridiculous in a game 11 of a world championship, but I can understand it. Of course, A3 is an uncommon move here. White usually plays B5 there. The idea of knight f6 is to make a developing move, sort of a waiting move as well. And then if white goes bishop b2 to sort of force things in the center, then you trade an e3 and take the pawn, because white's bishop often wants to go to a3, capturing a pawn there. So white often goes b5 instead of a3. So I'm sure a3 was a surprise there, but I don't know what calculation he's talking about. Is he calculating b takes c5? Like, you can tell intuitively in like basically in 1 second that after knight f6, knight f6, b c5, knight c6, black is okay. I'll give you guys an example. I at some point I was analyzing just for fun against the Banco gambit that goes 1d4, knight f6, c4, c5, d5, b5. That in this case, white can even make a move as ridiculous as h4, which is essentially a waiting move. And if black then plays e6, white goes h5, just continuing the plan, trying to advance the pawn and prevent black's development. Even after this sequence, white is not worse. And this tells you that with essentially a tempo extra, because you have a knight developed on f6 instead of that pawn on h5 or h4, then black cannot be worse. So my question is, what is he calculating? Is he calculating lines with b5? Well, at some point you have to make a judgment there. Spending 40 minutes or whatever he was doing, like, doesn't make that much sense. And you do feel a bit silly when Gukesh makes the move a3, and you're sort of thinking, well, if that was his plan, what was I worried about? But that's why you make the move a bit quicker.
Yeah, 40 minutes on move 4, and then he spent 20 minutes on his next move. Here, Ding. But was this a good move?
I kind of like this move. I don't think it's a great move, objectively speaking, but it clearly got Gukesh a little bit out of hook. And it's not like it's an objective mistake by any means. So here, Ding, it's a typical idea, and I guess specifically because white's pawn is an a3, the corresponding position with opposite colors is usually like a little bit better for white. With when white plays bishop d5, and since the pawn in b4 is protected, I guess it's more equal, or white is very slightly better. But yeah, it got Gukesh out of prep. It's not an objective mistake. What else could you ask? Really having having gotten out of preparation and spent this much time. So yeah, this was an excellent decision by Ding, and it worked out perfectly.
Was slowly spinning out of
All right, I'm
control.
gonna jump ahead to the final portion of this video.
I mean, he played e6, rook e7 to defend himself, which was already like, you know, there's active defense and passive defense, and there's examples in books. And, you know, in a recent tournament I played, for example, the one you and I briefly chatted about in Paris, like there's a moment in these games that you can play the right move or the wrong move. And sometimes you just always choose the passive plan. So Ding could have played rook d6, rook e6, and the white queen is sort of stuck in a whirlpool. Like, it's really difficult to keep the pressure because the rook keeps attacking the queen. So I don't know. Really, the question to you is, why didn't he go for it?
It's hard to say. I think as black here, I would definitely try and look for concrete solutions because white seems to have all the fun if you sort of proceed normally, and the pressure is sort of, it's hard to neutralize because you have so many weak squares on the queen side, and this move specifically, knight a1, is a really slow one. It also vacates the square on b4 temporarily for the black knight. So I certainly would be looking at concrete solutions like knight to b4 or knight to a7, rook to c8 followed by d6 maybe, or also rook d6 to e6, which I guess it's hard to find, but it's by no means impossible. You got to be in a state of mind where you can find it. And it seems at this point that Ding was finally kind of broken because, as you said, Levy, his evaluation of the position earlier was way too negative. And at this point, yeah, it seems that he kind of gave up.
Yeah, we can push forward here. Gukesh's plan has been obvious for about 10-15 moves. He just wants to apply queenside pressure. And here already he can play knight takes b7, by the way. I mean, knight b7 is a tactic which works. And if Ding trades every piece, he will just be in a losing endgame, so he can't do that. Instead, he plays rook b1, which, okay, makes sense. But Magnus, I'm sorry, how... Look, obviously queen c8 and queen c6 happens. Like, it happens. But to me, I mean, the knight jumping to b4 to disconnect the rooks, like, how do you... I don't know. I really need to hear your unfiltered thoughts here because, you know, I like watching all the top players react. I like watching Jan Nepomniachtchi chime in, and then, you know, people on Twitter tell him he's salty because he lost to Ding, etc. I enjoy, like, this banter side of chess, but how does queen c6 happen? You know what I'm saying? Like, how do you not play knight b4 there? Take me through this.
He has, again, almost inexplicably used up all his time. And this is pure panic slash just him being a bit deflated, I think, at this point. Because this move, queen c8, apart from the mere act of defending the pawn, I think he was looking to defend the pawn so that knight d8 would run into a fork with knight a6. And then how else can I defend the pawn? Queen c8. Maybe I'll do that. Let's play that move. First of all, queen c6, and it's a very simple tactic. But secondly, there are many other moves that win, like queen h4 basically overloads the black pieces as well. Knight takes b7 leads to winning endgame. It's not hard.
All right. Okay, we're not far off from kicking off game 12, so let's stop there. We can also head over real quick to the front page of Reddit, but first we can also take a look at Polymarket, and Polymarket suggesting that Ding's chances are now just 19% to win the overall World Chess Championship for 2024 after peaking yesterday. It actually says 51% here, but it actually got as high when I was looking as 60% as the evaluation was heading in his direction at one point during that game. So that was really interesting. Let's take a look at what's going on Reddit. Yeah, this is Ding commenting in the post-match conference. Let's take a listen to what he has to say.
Before in World Championship matches, how does, after very difficult losses as well, is it possible to reflect on the strength that you got to bounce back then to make a bounce back now?
Yeah, last time also in the 12th round, I made a comeback with white pieces. So tomorrow I will definitely try.
All right, so today is tomorrow. The time is here, and I think that is a very good indication of the fact that Ding is going to be playing very aggressively with the white pieces. I'm sure they have some preparation, because often what happens when the respective teams are preparing for these kind of multi-game matches, that they have to take into consideration that at some point, you know, the player might be down, they might have lost, and in such an instance, they will probably have something special prepared for the white pieces, knowing that white needs to win, especially at a later stage in the tournament. So I think it'll be exciting to see what Ding has prepared with the white pieces. Let's move on. A couple of other funny ones. I found this one. Found someone with the same picture as me of Tiger Woods. It's the mugshot, I think, of Tiger Woods when he was arrested. Didn't have the heart to beat him, so it ended up being a draw. And they had a nice little, quite wholesome chat, which is rare on chess.com. Unbelievable. I can't believe you got the same picture as me. You are my brother. Yes, dude. Stay safe. Love you, brother. Love you. Two strangers. Very, very sweet. Game drawn by agreement. There are the two profile pictures of Tiger Woods. Outstanding. Okay, here's another pretty interesting post. Not to do with the Chess World Championship, but still pretty cool. 8-year-old Caruana with his coach Bruce Pandolfini at Washington Square Park in New York. Pretty awesome. Come hello high water, as they say. You got to get out there and be playing chess, even though it was raining. That's a great picture. The reaction after Queen to C8, the big blunder. Let's take a look. This is from, I think, Chess Base India.
Somehow. Oh, wait, Queen C8! Let's go! That's a. It's what? Just plus one! Let's go! Queen C6! Oh my goodness! Come on!
Yeah, that might be the most non-bipartisan celebration ever. Okay, so it's not a surprise that the folks at Chess Base India are going to be supporting the Indian player. But yeah, you got to feel for Ding fans that it was a very heartbreaking blunder, quite a surprise, and as Magnus mentioned, probably as a result of panic, actually, considering that there are so many moves, even if you can't find Queen takes C6, there are plenty of options to proceed with a big advantage for white. And yeah, as it played out, Gukesh found the move that won on the spot, and Ding resigning immediately. So a lot of excitement yesterday. It was a very exciting match, and I think we should see another exciting game today. Okay, next. Where was this energy when Nepo blundered left and right in his World Chess Championship matches? This is so pathetic. And again, it's just a screenshot of Vladimir Kramnik saying he wasn't going to recap the game. No comment, sad to watch. Which I agree is completely unfair. I usually don't really take anything that Kramnik says seriously. Occasionally he has some interesting ideas, but on average, these types of comments are just incredibly unnecessary. Unnecessary is the right word, where it's like everyone who's played chess, it doesn't matter how good you are, has a game where they don't play perfectly, and maybe they make a blunder like Ding did. But of course, he's played incredibly well so far. I mean, at a very high level of accuracy. Okay, maybe he hasn't played the most ambitiously, but I mean, I think it's a little bit unreasonable to just dismiss this game and just say, oh, this is not even worth my time. It's pretty arrogant, actually, from Kramnik. So, yeah, we can just ignore anything really he has to say. Hot take. Take is anti-classical propaganda, and it infuriates me. Levy starts talking about how the game shows why classical, despite being exciting, will never attract mainstream sponsor or become a TV product. This is what I was referring to like a little bit earlier. I do think that I'm probably more taking side of the OP who put this post on Reddit, just because of the fact that Levy and Carlson are both, you know, really, really important people in terms of presenting chess to a wider audience. And if they start speaking this kind of negative stuff, look, I get it with Carlson. You know, he can sort of, I guess he can choose what he says, but I think like there has been a lot of excitement in this year's World Chess Championship. There's been a couple of games that have not been that exciting. I get that, but coming out and saying something like this, it will never attract a mainstream sponsor. I think that is just pushing it too far, and that's a kind of something that you might be thinking, but probably not best to say out loud, because there are plenty of people that are watching and enjoying the chess, and yeah. And then lastly, to wrap things up, we have a blunder by FIDE showing Ding's score as 6, not Gukesh's, one of, so many blunders by FIDE. I have to say their coverage has been left a lot to be desired. But anyway, hopefully they'll keep tabs on things in the last couple of games and not make too many mistakes. So let's head over to the playing arena. And we are waiting for the players to arrive. They should be here any moment. Just 4 minutes before we see the first move played on the board. The real one says, hope he wins today. Then the emotions will return to China. Absolutely. And I think, look, it's completely possible that Ding wins today. So the situation as it stands right now is that Ding has today's game 12, tomorrow's game 13. So he has basically 2 games, including this one with the white pieces. And those are going to be his best opportunities to win. And I think to remove some of the pressure, today needs to be the real all-out day. He can't leave it until the last game, right? Having to win on demand is always very, very difficult. So to avoid that, I think today needs to be the day that he pulls out all the stops in order to go for a win. Let me know what opening you think he's going to go for. Think it's possible that we see e4. E4 definitely could yield some exciting results. But I guess the problem is that Ding is the one that needs to kind of shock Gukesh. And so far, what we've seen is Gukesh being completely prepared. Even when Ding played the English opening c4, he hadn't played it in this year's World Chess Championship. Out of the opening, it was Gukesh who somehow emerged with an advantage. And Ding was the one deep in thought. So I think Ding really needs to pull out something very, very special to surprise Gukesh. Because on average, Gukesh has just been better prepared, better studied out of the opening. And unless Ding goes for something really wild like g3, or even I was thinking something really crazy like a King's Gambit, something way out of left field. But even then, you kind of get the impression that Gukesh is just generally better prepared than Ding. All right, we have the players at the venue. Let's take a listen to what Maurice Ashley has to say.
Excuse me. Here in lovely Singapore. I am Maurice Ashley, and it is my pleasure to introduce the 2 players who are competing for the title of World Chess Champion. First, from India, the challenger, Gukesh Damaraju.
Woo! Let's go, Gukesh!
And from China, the world champion, Ding Liren.
All right, Ding. Today's your
The match is
opportunity to come
currently
back.
6 points to 5 in favor of the challenger. We have 3 games, including today's, remaining. we have a special guest here to make the ceremonial first move. He is the chargé d'affaires ad interim of the Chinese embassy in Singapore. He joined the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of China in 2001 and has worked in the Department of Consular Affairs, the Department of Personnel, and the General Office of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. He has also served in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs Commissioner's Office, in the Macau SAR, and the Chinese embassies in Kenya and Ghana. He was appointed Deputy Chief of Mission of the Chinese Embassy in Singapore in July of 2023. Please welcome Mr. Su Jing.
All right, we're about to have things kick off.
And with that, let the game begin.
Whoa, okay, we have another English. C4. Wasn't quite expecting that, but Ding responds immediately with E6. This is the Agincourt defense. Also a fairly popular response to the English opening. But certainly deviating from what we saw in the previous English. I believe there Gukesh played E5 and we had that reversed Sicilian setup. If I remember correctly, also in that game, Gukesh played bishop to B4, knight to C3. And then I think Ding played knight to D5, attacking the bishop on B4. So it was this kind of setup, I think. Let's see. It was something like this. Bishop to b4, and then the knight jumped forward to d5. Bishop retreated, and I think it was knight takes, or something along like these lines, if I'm not mistaken. And then black proceeded to just create a big center, playing f6, d6. But we have something completely different now, with Gukesh instead playing e6. Shivam Shah is in the chat. Welcome to you. Ding's favorite opening is c4 to play to win. His bread and butter opening. Yep, that's right. We have the numbers here. We can quickly refer to them. So out of the total amount of games, roughly 800 games that have been played. 543 start off with 1 d4 and 158. That's the second most favorite opening. Start with 1 c4. And ironically enough, even though, you know, he uses c4 to play to win, it's actually one of the openings that yields the greatest number of draws in terms of percentages for Ding. But I think the difference is here, he probably is going to look for something quite exciting, hopefully in this line. And Gukesh, on the other hand, is just trying to keep things under control. So this usually is a very good recipe for some kind of excitement. You have Ding trying to fight for a win, and Gukesh, who, for a change, is actually playing very defensively, because he'll be happy if there's just a draw with the black pieces. You know, all he needs to do is draw the remaining games, and he'll win the overall World Chess Championship. So if we're looking exclusively at just White's chances, right, in terms of playing for a win here, the top most common moves, knight to f3, knight to c3, or g3, those all offer White a 39% chance of winning. And we have g3 on the board. Okay, g3 has been played. And Gukesh striking in the center with d5. Okay, we've got the bishop on g2. Ding already surprised. No, I don't know if he was already surprised. I think he was just kind of maybe making some last minute considerations. You know how Ding likes to be absolutely certain. I don't think any of this comes as a huge surprise to him, but I think maybe just considering his options in terms of move order, things like this. But he does start off with g3, bishop to g2, and now knight to f6. Makes a lot of sense. Then we can respond symmetrically, knight to f3, and bishop to e7. It's a move. You can also capture this pawn if you like. If d takes c, we have queen to a4 with check. All right, so we've got knight to f6 on the board. This can transpose into sort of a Catalan, but now it's interesting. Gukesh advances this pawn forward. He plays d4. And now this is a neo-Catalan, which makes sense because we have kind of the only difference here is, of course, the Catalan. You kind of usually have d4 and c4 as well as g3 for that configuration with white. But I guess that's the neo part. So just 1,500 games reaching this position. Typically black castles, which is exactly what we've seen over the board. And then knight to c6 from Gukesh. And this is actually a very interesting situation with this advanced pawn. But yeah, I would say from, again, how quickly Gukesh has played, that none of this is a big surprise to him. And I think he really has done a lot of homework when it comes to various lines of the English. Seeing how quickly he played e6, it feels like he's playing this opening more on his terms than Ding is playing it on his terms. And this was the risk. This was always the risk. That Ding, even though very prepared, no doubt, when it comes to the English, it seems that Gukesh is right there, equally prepared. Okay, so knight to c6. And what can we do here after knight to c6? d3? Just keeping control of the center, supporting the c4 pawn. Now that there's no risk of worrying about an exchange in the center, we don't really need to do anything too special. d3 is a normal move and also allows the bishop on c1 to develop, possibly to g5, or probably maybe d2 is also a move. I wonder if there are some ideas later on about knight to a3, knight to c2 are allowing the dark square bishop to capture and create this doubled pawns. But then we do have the bishop pair, which could be very advantageous long term. If not, d3. Could also play b3, supporting the c4 pawn this way, and potentially putting the bishop on b2. e3. It's also a move. This is kind of what we saw in yesterday's game. Very similar setup, but of course at that point, white had not castled yet. And then e5. E takes d4, e takes d4, and then d3. And this seems great for white. Okay, so that's exactly what Ding decides to go for. We're about to see it on the board. He's actually going to play e3 here. And again, very interesting to see how quickly Gukesh replies with the black pieces. Is he going to blitz out a move? Or is he going to take a little bit more time? And I think part of the problem here is if we play this line and we say, okay, cool, we play e5, let's keep control of the center. After takes, it's pretty easy in terms of what white is playing for. Can very comfortably just play d3. But we don't have that. Okay, Gukesh plays bishop to e7 instead. Bishop to e7. But now, kind of a similar thing. You just e takes d, knight takes d4, knight takes d4, queen takes d4. Maybe is there something better here for white? Let's take a look. b3. b3 now. Oh, b3 now. That's clever. Bishop to b2. And you have actually already out of the opening two very, very strong pieces. I guess castles, bishop to b2. And then knight takes f3 check, queen takes. And we've got the situation where black is a little bit concerned about these very strong bishops that are kind of crisscrossing the board. And that's definitely going to be a worry for Gukesh. But we're not quite there yet. So let's see. Bishop to e7. Yeah, we can capture in the center, and that seems to be the best, most favored move by the engine. It's just saying, just take. But it could be the case that Ding is not quite ready to start trading off pieces just yet. Okay, so d3 now, castles. Then can I just play bishop to e3? No, I can't because of the fact that my b2 pawn's hanging. So we start off with knight to c3. Knight to c3, e5. Wow, e5. Okay, and then I just want to play bishop to e3. Queen to d8, and now h3. c6. Yeah, but this is actually a pretty boring setup. So Ding is going to have to be very careful here, because if he starts initiating exchanges, then some of the sting and the poison of or not really that, but more just like his fighting chances long term won't be quite as noticeable. So I think it's really important that he tries to avoid these kind of situations where pieces get traded and then things start fizzling early on. Very, very important for him to look for something that is going to create as many complications as possible. That's the most important thing right now. So that should be his plan. Aggressive chess, Ding, English one for sure. Okay, so let's take a look at some other options. After Gukesh has played bishop to e7, apart from e takes d, we can actually play d3 now. It's a similar effect. And now d takes e, f takes, and okay, you've got the f file long term, also got control of the center, and even though for the time being the engine thinks this is equal, at least you have some momentum in the center. Okay, so e5, knight to c3, castles, and d4. Striking in the center. Bishop to g4. Oh, wait, sorry. Bishop to g4, and then d5. Wow, e4. Let's go. Knight takes e4, knight takes e4, and then I suppose you have to capture c6. Queen takes d1, rook takes d1, and then b takes c. And yeah, this is not exactly what Ding would be aiming for. Just a equal endgame. a little bit worrying that Ding, again, is spending so much time, because it feels like he should have something a little bit more exciting prepared. And that's what we saw from Gukesh yesterday. If you actually think about the game that we saw yesterday, Gukesh played something very, very wild. And it's obviously a very high risk, high reward play. And it worked out for Gukesh. But I think the fact that Ding is just kind of going for the similar stuff that he's played for before with this English opening, not really doing anything life-changing. It's difficult to imagine that we're going to see some massive attack emerge out of nowhere from this opening. It's also worth mentioning 33 games have reached this position. So we're not quite at the point of being in an original game yet, but hopefully soon. Okay, E takes D4. Looked at that already. Okay, A3 is interesting. A3. Then A5. Oh, this might be the way to kind of surprise him. B3, A3 actually looks quite cool. Keeping an eye on the B4 square. A5. And I guess now D3? D3 with the intention of maybe playing... Actually, even just B3. Can you not just play B3 here? B3 is no good because of E5 now. Yeah, just closing off this diagonal. So I was thinking B3 so I can put the bishop on B2. Might still be okay. Okay, D3. Then castles. H3. We get like almost like a hedgehog type structure. Okay, so a couple of interesting candidate moves here for Ding. Very important that he tries to keep tension on the board. It's important that he has potential. All right, we do have some votes in. Just 4 votes today. 75% say Ding will win, and 25% say it's going to be a draw. All right, we do have a move from Ding with the white pieces. And he decides to play D3. Which I think is a good option for him. D3, allowing the bishop on C1 at some point to develop either to D2 or, for example, Black decides to capture on E3, which is actually the best move here. You can also play E5, you can castle, a couple of options. And Gukesh very quickly capturing, playing the engine's top move. Worrying stuff for Ding. Very, very concerning stuff for Ding. When your opponent just blitzes out a move that, when they have many options, many good options, and they just blitz out the engine's top move, then you know that's a problem. It would appear that Gukesh has studied this exact line and knows that he doesn't really need to think or calculate. D takes E is the way forward. He understands it and it's on the board. And now Gukesh, and now Ding, considering his options in terms of capturing this pawn. It's not completely obvious. You can capture with the pawn on F2, or you can capture with the bishop. I think capturing with the bishop does make sense. I guess that also the benefit of capturing with the F pawn is that you get the F file, but as we saw before, when Black can push E5 and you're maybe trying to take control of the center, things seem to fizzle pretty quickly in terms of the advantage that White has out of the opening. So bishop to e3, that keeps things slightly in white's favor. Still going to play e5. e5 is a very important move because it controls the key square, the d4 square. Preventing any early pawn breaks, just keeping things under control. And it also allows black's light square bishop into the game. You can play a3 here. a3 is also probably an important move for white because of the fact that also guards a key square, the b4 square, where this knight would like to jump in and put pressure on d3 with the help of the queen. So a3 just prevents that from happening. You can still play a5 here and then knight to c3. And then white is basically all done with development. But again, looking at this position, okay, you see white has a little bit of an edge. But how exactly do you turn this into a complex, tricky to navigate situation for Gukesh? It seems like it's going to be difficult to do that. And that's where it really helps with offbeat openings. It's high risk, high reward. So I think maybe Ding was thinking, okay, let me play solidly in this game. And then like the last game I have with the white pieces, if I have to, I can go all out. It's also possible that tomorrow he finds something interesting with the black pieces against Gukesh, but that is certainly unlikely. Ding seems worried, unfocused, and gives the impression that he's playing without interest. I haven't really been looking at the players. Let's take a look. Yeah, I think it's difficult always to tell with Ding. All right, we've got 5 votes in. Mostly just Ding supporters, hoping that Ding is going to take the win today, and one person expecting that it's going to be a draw. Cold Clear says, why is there bird poop on Gukesh's forehead? That's not a very nice thing to say. Yeah. One more comment like that, I'm gonna kick you from the chat. Be warned. All right. Okay, we do have a move. What is the move? Okay, so he captures with a bishop, which is the best move. Shivam Shah says he can play solidly, but at least he should be decisive and play moves quickly. Yeah, I agree. I agree. I mean, look, it's still early days. We're not going to have a situation, I don't think, like yesterday, where Ding spends like an hour or something ridiculous on a move. Actually, to be fair, I think it was Gukesh who spent like an hour on a move. Something like that. And wow, okay, so this is the thing I missed. Gukesh immediately responds after bishop takes e3 with e5. Wow. Okay, e5 on the board. And now we can expect castles as a possible continuation after, say, something like knight to c3 from Ding. Okay, he didn't play a... Oh, so here we go. Yeah, so that was quite a natural move that we discussed already, e5. Again, not a move that requires like tons and tons of calculation. And a3 is also a very natural follow-up, which we can expect. Can't play knight to c3, but then... I mean... How terrible is it to allow this? Oh, because we can just capture in the center. Oh, of course. And after the knight takes on e5, it's back defending the d3 pawn. So you can't take. You're basically just giving up a very, very valuable pawn for no reason. Okay, so we don't need to be too concerned about knight to b4 yet. Say castles probably do need to play a3 at some point, though. Okay, or rook to e1, rook to e8, now a3. Yeah. So the order kind of doesn't matter too much, but again, we're in a situation where white's doing fine, but it's a pretty straightforward position. I mean, there's not really anything to worry about for the time being. Maybe it would appear that in a position like this, Ding would want to press on the queen side and play moves like b4, b5, and possibly open up some potential with for the bishop on g2 by getting this knight out of the road. So yeah, it's not like, you know, as dead drawish as anything that we saw in, for example, the London system that Ding played previously, or some of the other games with the white pieces. But yeah, nothing crazy out of the opening. All right, so if not a3 or knight to c3, what else can we play? Okay, we can play rook to e1, but again, I think the situation is such that we're going to basically have the next couple of moves on autopilot almost, because the moves that you have to play with white can essentially happen in any order, because there's no real risk in terms of black doing anything surprising. So you can almost just ignore what black does and play the next few moves as if you're playing like a system out of the opening. Yeah. a3, rook to e1, knight to c3. And then you can kind of reassess your options. But still Ding taking time here. Yeah, rook to e1. Let's try rook to e1 and then castles. Yeah, still knight to c3. Bishop to e6. And then a3. So these three moves, they're pretty much mandatory. And you can more or less just not worry about what black's actually doing. Okay, so a5. And yeah, I think it would appear that black does need to keep an eye very specifically on moves like b4. But b4 is most certainly not possible now. So we can play queen to b3, targeting the b7 pawn. That's interesting. Okay, knight to d4 is a move here. Wow. I wouldn't have expected that. Feels like you lose a pawn here. But yeah, that doesn't seem like a human move at all. Okay, so let's just play rook to b8. This is most logical. Okay, to d1. So we need to be defending the d3 pawn, and then d4 now. Knight to d4 now. Wow. And I guess if we take bishop takes d4, e takes d, and then knight to b5. Trying to find some kind of forward momentum with the white pieces, but can just play a solid move, bishop to c5, defending the d4 pawn, and we're golden. Doesn't look too appealing for Ding. Okay, what about h3? h3, rook to e8, g4, h6. Yeah, I still want to play a3. a3 seems really, really important. You can't accomplish too much without having a3 on the board. Now, what would be very interesting to see how quickly the next couple of moves come out. I think after Ding spends a little bit of time thinking here, he is probably going to fire out the next 3 moves pretty quickly. And I would probably say the same for Gukesh. Just because they kind of play themselves. All right, 5 votes in so far. Still 80% for Ding. A lot of Ding fans in the chat today. After e5, rook to e1, a3, knight to c3. What else? What else can we play here? Can you play h3 now? That's also an option. I was just thinking, let's start off with a3. Bishop to f5. Ah, bishop to f5 is irritating. Huh. Then we can play queen to a4. And you have to be very careful about taking this pawn, because rook to d1 is coming. Oh, I think actually there's worse. There's other tactics. It's not so much rook to d1, it's the fact that I can capture on e5. And there's like a triple attack on this knight. Yeah, so this is an interesting line worth pulling up. Okay, this is the position as it stands. We start off with a3, but now you can play bishop to f5, targeting this weak back pawn. But what's quite cool here is you can actually just give it up. Play queen to a4, and if you take, suddenly you jump in with the knight. Knight takes e5, you can't take back, and you're attacking it 1, 2, 3 times. And it becomes quite sketchy. You take on f1, knight takes c6, b takes c, and you actually take with a queen. That's a surprise. Queen takes, knight to d7, and I guess I can capture... I can capture on a8, I think. Okay, queen takes a8, bishop takes a8, and then... Yeah, this bishop's going to retreat. I guess, do you just capture on c4? Yeah, and then bishop takes a7, and we're able to maintain that advantage with the white pieces of being up a pawn. It's kind of a complicated line, actually, but yeah. Illustrates why you have to be careful about capturing the d3 pawn. All right, Ding. Again, down half an hour out of the opening. Fortunately, we are on move 8, and it's not on move 4 like we saw yesterday. All right, so how do we defend if we play queen to a4 here? We just castle, or knight to g4 is a move. Let's play castles. This is a little bit more intuitive. And then knight to c3. It's developing. What's crazy here is you're still allowing this pawn to be captured, but What happens if you take here? I guess rook to d1 is more of a concern now. Okay, we're about to see a move. Gukesh opting to castle immediately, and Ding immediately responding with knight to c3. So a couple of quick moves by both players. So the ball being thrown back to Ding. Gukesh not spending really much time at all out of the opening. Let's take a look at the database. Just 2 games have reached this position. And of those 2 games, h3 was played in one. That led to a draw. And rook to e1 was played in the other. That also led to a draw. Okay, a3 now. Then a5. Can play knight to d5. That's a surprise. Knight to d5 takes. C takes d. Queen takes d5. And then knight to d4. Wow. With a double tack on this knight. Queen to d6. Knight takes c6. And pawn takes c6. And rook to c1. And that's pretty awesome. Great way of giving up a pawn, but being able to ruin black's pawn structure could be a good option. Might yield some nice long-term advantage for white. To d7, defending this pawn, and then bishop to c5, queen to f6, bishop takes c7, queen takes c7, and then bishop takes c6, rook takes c6. And you're in an endgame where have a couple of weaknesses that need to be dealt with. Don't know if e5 is much of a weakness, but definitely c7. But white also has some weaknesses in this endgame, so d7, c2, then rook f to d8, rook to e1, and then probably f6. You can actually play f6 here. Okay, something to press for in that endgame. All right, waiting on Ding to make a decision with the white pieces. Gukesh has been playing the opening as per usual very, very quickly. He's just castled, and now we are waiting on Ding to bring some magic with the white pieces. Okay, maybe let's try rook to queen to d2 first. Queen to d2. Knight to g4. And then rook f to e1. Yeah, I don't know if you really want to give up your light square bishop. So let's start off with a3. I wonder if you can still play this. Knight to g4. Just play b4. And you're giving up your dark square bishop, but you're taking a tempo on the queen side. It's basically the idea. Knight takes e3, takes e3, and bishop to g4. And b5, just taking space. This might be the way for Ding to go. This is great. Taking up space on the queen side. Kind of prioritizing this pawn push over just about everything. Yeah, so quite a few of these lines end with Ding having a small advantage. And I guess that's the path to getting a big advantage, is you have to start off with something. All right, Ding looking like he's a little closer to making a move. He will have yesterday's game fresh in his mind after what had happened with the time scramble towards the end, which, I mean, he was in a pretty bad ways to begin with, but I think that definitely affected the quality of his play. All right, so he starts off with rook to e1, which is quite interesting. And now Gukesh has the opportunity to just jump in with his knights. Play knight to g4, attacking the dark square bishop. And I mean, as far as I can tell, you basically just have to give that up. I don't think you can play bishop to d2 because the d3 pawn is hanging. Okay, let's do a bit of analysis here, because this is an interesting move. All right, castles, rook to e1, and now if you jump in with the knights, oh, you can actually play bishop to d2. That's a surprise. I was just expecting that you'd be in a lot of trouble after queen takes d3. Queen takes d3, h3, knight to f6, and then knight to d5. What? Oh, knight to d5. Whoa. Okay, this is quite messy. Okay, let's try knight takes d5, c takes d, queen takes, queen's still up, but then you have, oh, you have knight takes e5 at the end with a discovery attack on the queen, and you're going to double the pawns on the c file. I see. Okay, so it's actually possible just to retreat with the bishop. Knowing Gukesh, you've probably seen all of this and realized that knight to g4 is not all you would hope for. So something more solid like bishop to e6 is good. And then we can play a3. a5. a5 is a very, very important move whenever a3 is played, because you want to prevent b4 from appearing on the board. So now we'll follow up. Instead of b4, we can play queen to b3. Shivam Shah says bishop to e6 or rook to e8. Yeah, those both seem reasonable moves. Rook to e8, just playing symmetrically. Bishop to e6, also fine. I almost have like this this feeling that if you're trying to play for a draw, then playing symmetrically is maybe the better option. Even if objectively it might not be the best move. Just because on average symmetry results in draws that are more frequently, I guess. There are always exceptions, but yeah. Gukesh again up half an hour. 1 hour and 53 minutes on the clock. So he's used not even 7 minutes out of these first 10 moves. And Ding down to 1 hour and 23 minutes. So if he doesn't, for example, play bishop to e6 or rook to e8, bishop to f5 was the other move that we were looking at. Putting pressure on the d3 pawn. Also, we're a little bit worried about this triple attack. Knight to b4. I mean, you're only defending it once anyway. So there is a way to deal with this. We can play queen to b3. Attacking the b7 pawn. And you can still take, just basically giving that up. Whoa. Yeah. This was my thinking, is that I could just say, okay, well, you can just pin your bishop. But now knight to a5. Attacking my queen. Queen to b5. And c6, very important. This kind of holds everything together. defending the knights, attacking the queen. And the queen just takes on e5, so you're going to gain that pawn back. But now, knight takes c5. Queen to d4, offering an exchange. Now it starts getting quite chaotic, actually. Knight takes b2. Whoa. d2. Bishop to a3. Whoa, this is really insane. Okay, if this appears on the board, this would be quite confusing. All right, and all of that stems from this move, bishop to f5. I think Ding would be quite happy to try and create a situation where there are some real complications. So, but yeah, I think considering the fact that this could complicate things by playing bishop to f5, Gukesh might not want to go for it. There's also this interesting dynamic, which is pretty cool. In a situation like this where Gukesh just needs to draw, there's an enormous amount of the element of surprise if he tries to go for a win instead, because Ding would just not be expecting it at all. And I mean, the old adage goes, offense is the best defense. And I wouldn't be completely surprised if we saw that from Gukesh. You know, he knows that if he wins this game, he has won the World Chess Championship completely. So all he'd have to do is just draw one game, I think, because he's on 6. So you need to get to 7.5. So if he wins this, he'll be on 7, just needs to draw 1, and that'll be a wrap. And sort of stylistically, Gukesh is much more comfortable playing aggressively. So this would be a point where, considering the different moves and where they might lead, and how complex the game might get, you have to have maybe a little bit more maturity to know exactly what to go for. But I think his team will have really an important effect on his decision making. Let's take a look at some other ideas. I mean, can we play just a5 now? That feels a little sort of premature. We start off with a5. Now this allows us to play d4. E takes d, knight takes d, knight takes d4, bishop takes d4. Yeah, I can see it. But then can't I just... what about c5 here? No, c5 you don't want to play. c5 is going to allow knight to b5, potentially knight to d5. So play c6. I like c6 actually. c6, c5. Wow. a3 now. e6. Okay, a5 doesn't really seem that attractive. Let's try something else. What about something... oh man, I'm thinking of moves that Gukesh could play that would be really crazy, but just has no incentive to play anything crazy. The crazy moves need to come from Ding. Okay, so a little bit of a reminder if you're just joining us. Out of the opening, we had another English from Ding, and instead of this reverse Sicilian situation which we saw in the first English, where Gukesh responded with e5. That game, we had knight to c3, bishop to b4, if I'm not mistaken. Knight to d5, attacking the bishop on b4, and then the bishop retreated. We had takes, and then Gukesh proceeded to just basically take control of all of the dark squares. That was quite an interesting game. But here we had something different. Instead, Gukesh opts for e6 instead of e5. He pushes this the d pawn, and Ding challenges it by playing e3. And then d3, we had an exchange on e3, and then e5. After a few more developing moves, we are waiting on Gukesh to decide what to do with the black pieces. This is the first moment that he's taking quite a bit of time, otherwise moving pretty quickly, and still has a 23-minute time advantage on the clock. In this position, there are a couple of options. The best move, according to the engine, is bishop to e6. Developing this bishop, and white will respond with a3. Why a3? Because I guess we're hoping to play a move like b4, also preventing the knight from jumping in to b4, putting pressure on d3. And here it's very important that you play a5. Whenever we see a3, we're expecting Gukesh to automatically play a5, preventing the b4 pawn break. And if we see this with queen to b3, things can get quite complicated. There are a couple of lines here where, or maybe it wasn't this one. I think the lines that we were looking at with the bishop on f5 instead of e6. I don't think Gukesh is really interested in playing bishop to f5, just because it's much more aggressive to go after this weak back pawn. Especially with the fact that white can get counterplay by playing a move like queen to b3. So if Gukesh is trying to play defensively, which is what he really should be thinking, bishop to e6 would be a more natural response than something more aggressive like bishop to f5 or knight to g4. Black doesn't really need to do anything crazy here. Just needs to develop. Although maybe bishop to f5 is not quite that risky. But it just gets complicated. If d4 is a move, d4 is not a move if the bishop's on e6, because of the fact that the bishop's staring at the c4 pawn. If the bishop's on f5, then it's actually possible to push. Let's take a look at what happens if we push here. E takes, knight takes, queen takes even. Queen takes. You don't want this situation if you're black. Takes, and c5. Your bishop's hanging. So you don't want to exchange if you're black. Instead, we play c6 here and queen to f4. And Gukesh, really deep in thought here. I would agree that this is a good opportunity to take quite a bit of time, because there are a couple of options. And it's amazing how just like a small difference between something like bishop to e6 or bishop to f5 you can spend a long time trying to calculate just those two moves. I do think, though, that Gukesh is probably going to settle on bishop to e6. Just keeping an eye on that d4 pawn push and encouraging the play to remain relatively passive. All right, folks, I am taking a short break. I will be back in a moment. In the meantime, I will leave this board on the live board so you guys can keep an eye on things. All right, we're back. Wow. Okay, so Gukesh played h6. That was not on my radar. That's interesting. h6 on the board from Gukesh. Okay, and now we could probably expect a3 and then a5. And then d4. d4 is still possible. E takes d, knight takes d4, takes d4, bishop takes d4, and then c6. So it almost feels to me that, I mean, I was expecting something kind of passive, but it almost feels like Gukesh is saying, let me play kind of like a waiting move. If I play h6 here, I'm kind of encouraging Ding to say, okay, if you want to play d4, you can play d4. I'm not too concerned about d4. I'm just going to trade off. We can trade off a couple of pieces. And yes, white maybe still has a small advantage, but I'm going to be able to defend. So he's not only gone for the passive option, Gukesh has gone for like this super passive option where he can just wait for Ding to show his hand and then defend. That's basically the plan for this game. It's not really complicated from Gukesh. And of course, Ding needs to come up with something really jaw-dropping in order to open up some kind of real threat. All right, let's do a little bit of analysis and see what other possibilities we can come up with the white pieces. Just something really surprising. I mean, we could play queen to d2. And possibly further down the line, maybe see if we can make some crazy bishop sacrifice work. But it's a little bit obvious. As soon as you play queen to d2, after black's played h6, it's definitely not possible now. And yeah, it's really difficult to make that happen. Okay, knight to g4. Guess we play h3, knight takes e3, queen takes e3, and bishop to e6. Just not really getting anything happening this way. Okay, doesn't look good. I think a3, threatening to play b4. There's something that I was kind of expecting always a5, but now the engine's saying you can actually play just rook to e8 now. Not worry too much about b4. I'm gonna play b4 anyway. And then bishop to f8. Just really keeping things as protected as possible. Queen to c2. Bishop to f5. And now you have to be a little bit careful, because if you play a move like b5, obviously you're hanging the d3 pawn. Even if you protect it, say let's play rook a to d1, queen to d7. If you play, for example, b5 now, I was thinking knight to a5, and then you can actually capture on c4, because you can't take. Or maybe you can. Ah, takes, bishop takes, rook takes, knight takes. Yeah, that doesn't look so good, actually. You're gonna be down material. Okay, so that doesn't work. But at least here, white has something. You're going all out on the queen side. But if I was Gukesh, I wouldn't even allow this. I just immediately start off with a5. If you play d4 now, knight takes d4. Knight to a4, bishop to e6. And h3. Yeah, this doesn't really seem to be heading anywhere super exciting. And I can see why Ding is again spending so much time. 1 hour and 16 minutes on the clock so far. All right, 10 votes in. Finally, we have one person voting for Gukesh. That's good. 40% say a draw, 50% say Ding for the win. Ding is going to have to win today if he wants a shot at this year's World Chess Championship. Of course, he could win on Thursday. That would be the last day of regulation play, and also the final time for Ding to play with a win with the white pieces. But so far, Gukesh has played very, very solidly, it has to be said. h6. The more I look at h6, considering Ding's options, I actually really like h6. Because you just sit back and you say, okay, cool. Ding, what are you going to do? What's your plan? Show me your plan, and then I'll do what I can to defend. All right, Ding's still deep in thought. Knight to a4. Let's try this. Okay, knight to a4, knight to g4. Bishop to c1. Now f5. Yeah, the problem is f5 doesn't feel like a move that Gukesh is really that interested in playing. Now this is a line that I could actually see happen. Maybe just not knight to g4. Maybe knight to g4. No, rook to e8. Let's try this. Okay, now d4. Okay, h3. Bishop to f5. Targeting the d3 pawn, and then just play d4. Yeah, but actually, in all of these lines, they're just all pretty much equal. And I think Gukesh has just played so solidly out of the opening. Incredibly well prepared, knowing exactly what he needs to do to try and keep things as simple and uncomplicated as possible. And it almost feels like, looking at the amount of time that Ding's taken, that he's desperately searching for something that doesn't exist in the position. Okay. So let's think about something else. Something like crazy. What about moves like h3, g4? I mean, I would love to play h4 and then g4. Just try and getting something happening. Yeah, okay. I actually think h3 might be a better try from Ding. h3, potentially g4, maybe queen to d2 now. Trying to really open things up on the king side. Just go for a king side attack. Okay, so rook to e8. Let's do this. Queen to d2. Bishop to f5. And now, can I just push g4 now? Surely. Let's go for g4. Oh, bishop takes. You can't do that. Okay, so rook 8 to d1. Bishop to f8. And now I play g4. Bishop to h7. And now I actually want to play h4, g5. Also very irritating that this bishop on f8 really disrupts any ideas of sacrificing your bishop on h6. Because you're not going to be able to follow up with queen takes h6 after the pawn takes. So we still can't push h4 because the pawn on g4 is hanging. So How about... No, that looks really dumb. I was thinking knight to h2 and then trying to set this up, but it just feels too risky. Maybe it's not. I mean, how insane is this? Yeah. D7. Ah, queen to D7. Basically preventing H4 from happening. Okay, now we go for A3. Okay, to D1, but yeah. Black's actually getting even more organized now. So I can understand what Ding's thinking about. He's just desperately trying to find something. Thinking knight to D5 here. Knight takes D5. Bishop takes D5. But then knight to E7. And I guess you just retreat to G2. But this pawn is still very, very soft. Black's doing great. Yeah, so it feels like the only way that you can go for some kind of attack is pretty quickly going to hand the advantage over to Black. All right, we have a move. We have A3 on the board. And as I mentioned many times, when A3, Gukesh can just immediately push A5 without thinking too much. So it might be the case that Gukesh has said, okay, well, if A3, A5 is fine. Rook to E8 is also a move, but it just feels like any of the counterplay that White would get by pushing B4, the engine's like, it's not that big of an issue, but in human terms, do you really want to just give your opponent this counterplay on the queen side when you can immediately shut it down with A5? It's not the top engine move, but it's such a natural human move to prevent B4 from happening. The only continuation here for White is to follow up with D4 now in order to maintain an advantage, which also is somewhat counterintuitive because of the fact that you're going to enter into this exchange where pieces are going to come off the board. C6, knight to A4, bishop to E6, and I guess knight to B6. Knight to B6 is not nothing. B8. And I was thinking maybe here I can play bishop to E5 though, and the rook's trapped, except for the fact that Black can play bishop to D6. So instead, we're just supposed to play C5 and just kind of install this knight on B6. But I mean, you can just play knight to d7 and black's doing fine. But I want to see more about this here. Oh, obviously you're hanging your knight. So we have to start off with c5 and now we're threatening. Bishop to e5. So knight to d7. And can we still play this? Can we still go for this? And just take... What's so terrible about this? Knight takes e5. Oh, of course. So it would actually be a lot easier if the bishop was on e3 and could go to f4. That makes sense. Okay, so Gukesh has responded with a5. No shock there. Ding, still 35 minutes down on the clock. So hopefully he can come up with something spectacular in the next couple of moves. So what do you do here? The engine's preferred move is d4, but I still don't think this is something that Ding is going to feel super great about in terms of actually leading to some real winning chances for white. He might feel like he needs to keep more pieces on the board, and then d4 is not the way to do that. So h3, okay, h3 is a reasonable move, preventing knight to g4. Rook to e8. Black can just go about kind of improving pieces, playing moves like bishop to e6. And white really isn't building up much momentum. And if anything, it seems like Gukesh is the one who is gradually getting closer to equality. $14 votes in today. 43% say Ding, 14% say Gukesh, and 43% say a draw is on the cards. And I would have to agree with the 43% that say that it looks a lot like a draw, because for the time being, even though Ding has a small edge, he has to find a kind of not obvious move. D4 does not necessarily jump out at you if you're trying to go for a win. How are you getting these thumbnails? Thank you, Milton Dust, for your comment on my thumbnails. I actually forgot what is today's thumbnail again? I've done so many. Ah, yes. Okay, Pirates of the Caribbean. Yeah, I put that one together last night. It was a lot of fun. Pirates of the Caribbean, we've had, man, every single day has been a new thumbnail. I've got them written down. So we had Bruce Lee, day 1. Harry Potter. Okay, actually, this is not in order, but Bruce Lee was day 1. We also had Harry Potter, Iron Man, The Matrix, James Bond, Star Wars, Breaking Bad, The Office, and Deadpool. That was yesterday, Deadpool versus Wolverine. And then today we had Pirates of the Caribbean. Davy Jones. Gukesh as Davy Jones. And Ding as Captain Ding Sparrow. Yeah. I have to say, like, I hadn't really had all that much experience with doing these kind of thumbnails. And after the first one, I was like, I can just leave the same thumbnail every day. No one would really care. But then I was like, no, I'm going to do something crazy and I'm going to try and figure this out every day. And it started off, I think the first couple took me like an hour and a half to try and get everything right. And now I'm down to like 10, 15 minutes just getting the templates up and doing a little bit of work. Doesn't take me all that much time. And it's a lot of fun. So, yeah, learn something new. Hopefully my thumbnails now for my YouTube channel when I'm actually not live streaming will be better. So yeah, it's nice. It's been a nice little hobby. Okay, so yeah, I think it's just difficult here. After a5, d4, the engine really loves d4. It's like jump into the center with d4. And exchange, don't worry about exchanging. This is all good. This is great for white. c6, c5, and then bishop to e6. And okay, the engine says you have an edge here. It's very difficult to know exactly how to turn that edge into something bigger. And this is what I'm saying, even though this is the engine's preferred line, in practical terms, if you're going for a win, you're wanting to keep pieces on the board. You want to create a situation where things could get complicated. And by just playing and just trading in the center, you're not going to be able to win unless your elo is like 3,800 and you're playing like stockfish every move. In which case, yeah, plus 0.3 can turn into a lot more over time. We are about to see a move from Ding. Let's see what he decides to go with. Okay, so he starts with h3. And I quite like h3. Even though it isn't the engine's preferred move. But h3 at least is kind of suggesting some possible kingside pawn storm maybe. You'd have to do a lot to be able to set up moves like g4, h4, and g5. Just because of the fact that the g pawn is going to be so weak whenever you push h4. So you have to defend it twice. Of course, that square is being attacked twice. And in the meantime, you just develop your pieces. If you're playing with black, queen to d2 is a move, and then queen to c8. That makes sense. Trying to put pressure, but then just king to h2. And yeah, this is more or less equal. Rook to d8. But this position, even though the engine evaluates it as equal, is better. It's definitely better for white because of the fact that pieces on the board, there is potential for things to go wrong. There's potential for complications. But as soon as you start exchanging off, even though you have a small edge, it's not like very difficult to, not very easy to realize that edge for humans. The real one says, Ding will have problems with time again. He will probably make another move mistake due to the time, and this one will cost him the world championship for sure. Yeah. I mean, if we see that happening, it would not surprise me, but I'm hopeful that we don't have that on the board. It's also worth noting in the position that I've got on the analysis board here, you have to be a little bit careful because of the fact that there are some threats here with bishop takes c4. Can't capture back because you lose your queen. So instead we play queen to e2. We have to get out of the way. Bishop to f8. Bishop to f8 being kind of a common move for Gukesh to consider because of the fact that he really wants to defend. And by having the bishop on f8, you're just keeping an eye on any shenanigans. For example, if these pawns get rolling, you have one extra piece just defending, making sure that black is completely solid. And that's a very, very big priority for Gukesh. Obviously, winning today would be amazing, but Gukesh will very gladly settle for a draw, knowing that Ding has only one more attempt at winning with the white pieces on Thursday. Tomorrow being rest day, Wednesday, Gukesh is going to have the white pieces. And we might see something exciting then. We might see a Sicilian from Ding. Okay, so back to the game. Let's take a look at some other options. All right, we are about to see a move. Let's take a look. It appears that Gukesh has played bishop to e6. Let's see that move on the board. All right, bishop to e6 has been played by Gukesh. Very natural move for black, developing the last remaining minor piece to e6. And now there are a couple of moves. You can play king to h2 anyway, kind of preparing for the fact that black might well be interested in playing a move like queen to d7 or queen to c8, putting pressure on the h3 pawn. You can also play queen to d2, queen to e2 even. All of these are options. All right, so queen to d7 and then king to h2. Things would be equal here. And we actually are seeing this exact setup on the board. Oh, no, we aren't. Okay, we have yet to see queen to d7. So Ding bringing his king forward just to offer some protection of the h3 pawn. And now there are plenty of options for black. You can still play queen to d7, even though the king has stepped forward. You can also play rook to e8, queen to d2. Wow, knight to d4 here, or bishop to f8. And I think this is probably going to be what we see on the board, is Gukesh saying, okay, let me put the rook on e8, let me put my bishop on f8, just to be as responsible as possible in terms of defending. And then I can figure out what other plans Ding has long term. All right, what other moves does Gukesh have, if not rook to e8, bishop to f8? a4. A4 is also possible. And what's interesting here, you're basically just giving this pawn up. But now e5, or e4 at least. Wow, e4. That's so cool. So the idea with a move like a4 is you're kind of distracting the knight temporarily so that you can make this pawn push work. Right now, of course, if you had to play it immediately before playing a4, it wouldn't quite work. So a4 is pretty much impossible to capture. Okay, so let's try knight to b5 then. Rook to e8 still. Rook to c1. Okay, bishop to f5. Then d4. Wow, now I can play d4. That's pretty cool. E takes d, knight takes d. Whoops. Knight takes d4. Knight takes d4. And then bishop to e4. Wow. Okay, so Gukesh taking his time here. I think still the best path forward is to keep it simple. He's done really well in developing all of his pieces. Rook to e8 and then bishop to f8 just seems super solid. Getting the rook onto the e-file. Potentially, if things open up, the rook is really well placed, and critically, it just allows the bishop to find a very nice home on f8. This is often a move that you don't really see at like beginners play. This kind of setup. So let's just make a move for white, rook to c1, and then bishop to f8. And I think a lot of beginners think like, well, what's the point of a move like this, bishop to f8? What does it achieve? Well, after you've created a hook, right? Black has created a hook by playing h6. And a hook is essentially a piece that, if taken, can open up some dangerous possibilities in terms of a kingside attack. So for example, if we had like queen to d2 and white's pieces were maybe a little bit better placed, there would be some ideas around capturing h6. Or, for example, let's not even think quite that risky. Let's just think, okay, queen to d2, and then say if these pawns get rolling and we try to open things up on the king side, now this bishop on f8 is very, very well placed to offer some defensive resources to black. Not to mention that it can still jump into the game along this diagonal at any point. So it's not like it's out of the game. It's just really well placed on f8. So this is almost like this kind of move is almost like insurance for black, just to say, okay, need to be careful. And also it offers a little bit more in terms of options for this rook on e8. Because now that the bishop's out of the way, the rook is supporting the bishop on e3. And if, for example, there's a situation where white wants to play d4 and things start opening up, then this rook is not going to be obstructed by the bishop on e7. So there are just numerous benefits to putting this bishop on the back rank. All right, I'm not entirely sure what Gukesh is actually thinking about here. He might have spotted something else that has caught his eye. Maybe bishop to f5 now. It's putting pressure on the d3 pawn. Let's see. But then we follow up with queen to b3, a4. And this is pretty wild, because if you capture on a4, queen can take. Queen takes b7. Wow. And this gets pretty sharp, actually. Knight to a5. Yeah, but I don't think Gukesh is looking at this seriously. Just unnecessarily offering counterplay. So yeah, I honestly think that the easiest move for Gukesh to play is just keep things simple, play rook to e8, play bishop to f8, and you're golden. Any of these other ideas, you can go for them, but it's better to go for them later. I mean, what could he be worried about? Let's try knight to b5 here. f5. Now you have to play d4. Maybe he's worried about d4 being played immediately. So let's say, okay, let's say rook to e8, and now if you play d4 now, problem is just the pawn on c4 is hanging. But maybe the pawn on b7 is also hanging at the end of that line. E takes, knight takes d4, knight takes d4, bishop takes d4. And if you capture, then I can take on b7. Rook to b8, bishop to c6, attacking the rook. Oh, wow. Yeah, okay. This wouldn't be good for black. Okay. But how do we defend then? Okay, so e takes, knight takes d4, knight takes d4, bishop takes d4. We just play c6. Okay, so we don't allow any of this to happen. And we're basically saying there's no real advantage here for white. Black's doing fine. And maybe this is the line that Gukesh is calculating, just being absolutely certain that if he does play rook to e8, he's more or less in the clear. Yeah, I would imagine, I mean, just looking at his body language, Gukesh looks quite comfortable. Doesn't look like really too concerned about much, but he is taking his time here before making this next move. If he plays anything other than a rook to e8, I think that would be quite telling in terms of what he's actually trying to achieve in this game. Because rook to e8 is pretty safe, I would say. But anything else could create some serious complications. And although Gukesh is probably mostly happy avoiding complications, he is also Gukesh. And he is also pretty aggressive. And if he sees some kind of small opportunity, he might find it difficult just to go for the more passive route. And that, I guess, is probably one of the things that makes this game really interesting, is that both players are basically doing the opposite of what comes naturally. Ding is not necessarily a natural attacker. I mean, certainly not in his opening choice, and certainly not in what he's gotten out of this opening. He's extremely cautious. And obviously, he takes his opportunities when presented. He's probably the best player when it comes to playing risk-free advantages with the white pieces or with the black pieces. If there's a small advantage that's been created that he knows that he can work on without actually risking a loss, Ding is very, very solid. Whereas Gukesh is much more aggressive. He will just go and try to win a game. And now we have a situation where neither player is really playing to their strengths. Ding is not going to be playing to his strength, trying to win a position like this. And Gukesh is not playing to his strength by trying to cautiously defend a position like this. So, yeah, it's certainly an interesting dynamic. One thing that I was curious about that I wanted to ask ChatGPT was how the most amount of decisive games in World Chess Championship Okay, the record for decisive games in a single World Chess Championship was in 1927 between Alexander Alekhine and Capablanca, which saw 34 games played in total, out of which 25 were decisive games. That's incredible. Yeah, I think that obviously is mostly because of the fact that at that point there were a lot more. All right, we do have a move on the board. And wow, the move is actually rook to b8. So this does come as a bit of a surprise. Rook to b8 being played. And I guess, what is the point with rook to b8? Well, maybe it's saying, okay, if you want to play queen to b3, it's not really going to achieve much, is it? Because I'm defending the b7 pawn. All right, but this is going to require a little bit of calculation, because now the engine's starting to say that there's a little bit more of an appreciable edge for white. If, and only if, we can find queen to d2. Queen to d2. Putting pressure along this diagonal. And I wonder, like... Let's just do a nothing move. Let's play queen to d7. Rook a to d1. Bishop to d6. Wow. Can I not just play c5 now? Yes, I can. Bishop to e7. Okay, and I'm starting to see that. So you have to be careful here. I think Gukesh, he's played two somewhat passive moves in a row. And he has to be a little bit careful about what he does next. I think if, for example, we play queen to d2, you can still play rook to e8. But it almost feels like black, by playing these passive moves, h6, rook to b8, almost just preempting the fact that white will have some threats in terms of, say, jumping into g5, jumping into b3, threatening the b7 pawn. Gukesh is almost trying to play as defensively as possible. But in so doing, he is giving up precious tempi in the process. Okay, so we're here. Rook a to d1. And bishop to f8 now. Now we can play knight to b5. Queen to c8. Queen to c1. And there's going to be quite a bit of maneuvering around here. So, yeah, white does have an advantage, but I think it's going to be one of those advantages that in order to realize, you have to play just a lot of moves. Okay, so Ding has played queen to c2. Wow, let's back up. So not queen to d2, but queen to c2. That's pretty interesting. All right. Queen to c2, and now knight to d4 is the best way forward. Bishop takes, e takes, and then knight to b5 with a double attack on the d4 pawn. We can play c5, just defending. We have a reasonably decent position now. Okay, now rook to e2. We're going to double on the e file. Rook to e8. Rook a to e1. And bishop to f8 now. And yeah, it's quite an interesting position, this, because black has done well with being able to take control of the center, having these advanced pawns, but we've got a pretty strong knight outpost. And we can play knight to e5. And I guess white's advantage would be very, very strong light square bishop, active knights on the 5th rank, and a lot of control of the e-file. So this isn't necessarily much of a concrete advantage, but a little bit more of an abstract sort of positional advantage that will take some time to clearly define. There is a very irritating fly. I will try and destroy it. But yeah, a lot of work left for Ding. Fortunately, the time situation isn't quite as terrible as it might be. What move are we on? We are on move 14. And Ding, under 55 minutes to play the remaining 26 moves. But not very far off Gukesh, an hour and 16 minutes. So about 20 minutes behind on the clock. Okay, so another option for Gukesh in this position is to play bishop to f5 now. And then we'll play rook a to d1. Of course, we need to defend the d3 pawn since it's being attacked twice. Now rook to e8. Interesting. Queen to c1 now is a move. And although, okay, yeah, you're giving up the d3 pawn, you can't really take this, I don't think. Just because of the pin on the queen. Unless there's some creative way of being able to hold on. I don't think so. I think this is probably a poison pawn. Bishop to f1 if you take. Okay, so bishop to f8 and then d4. E takes d, knight takes d, knight takes d, and rook takes into c8 and then g4. Actually, this looks quite attractive for white. I think Ding would be very happy with a position like this. You're pressing, at least on the king side. Okay, so bishop to d7, and now you can actually play g5, and we're opening things up. All right, g5. Maybe not the best move. Okay, king to g1. Let's try this. Still bishop to c6. Wow, bishop to c6 is actually such a strange move, but kind of brilliant. Because if you take, yeah, you're doubling your pawns. But wow. Could get a little bit dicey. Yeah, so the engine seems to be evaluating Ding quite favorably in this position. Still thinks that rook to e8 needs to be played. Like Gukesh, rook to e8, bishop to f8. There was obviously some reason he didn't want to play it earlier. Maybe just prioritizing avoiding any kind of counterplay with queen to b3. That's why we saw rook to b8 on the board. Just saying, okay, you're not going to be able to play queen to b3 because it doesn't achieve anything anymore. And now I still have plenty of time to be able to get what I want in terms of rook to e8 and bishop to f8. But I guess it's possible just to play knight to b5 as well. But instead, Ding, after rook to b8, played queen to c2. Let's get that on the board. And yeah, d4, it's really interesting. The engine keeps suggesting d4 as an option. All right, let's take a look at the live players again. Gukesh, with the black pieces, needs to make a move. There's a 16-minute advantage on the clock. That might be important later on. It might not be. But interestingly enough, Gukesh, yeah, his body language has been really confident. Usually we see this kind of posture that he has now when it's not his move. So he typically looks very, very relaxed when he doesn't have to worry about moving. But now actually he does. It is his turn. And he still seems pretty relaxed. And I think a lot of that has to do with probably the position. A lot of that has to do with what happened yesterday. That he knows he has an advantage now. He knows that it's his to lose. And there we go. We see a little bit more of what we used to with Gukesh. Leaning forward, deep in focus, deep in thought. Get our calculation meme up. And I guess this is a pretty important moment, right? It's an important moment because of the fact that there is the opportunity to jump in with the knight now. And playing knight to d4, which is one of the engine's top moves, it could be played now. But the reason why I wouldn't necessarily expect Gukesh to play this is that it is quite committal. And it does seem that many of the lines that emerge after knight to d4 just create a definable edge for white. Like specifically this line. If you jump in and you say knight to d4, cool, no problem. Bishop takes, e takes, knight to b5, double attack. And now, okay, you can defend with c5. If we look at this position now, white's doing really well. White actually doesn't have too much to worry about. And also critically, white has the e-file. So you can play rook to e2, rook a to e1, take control of the e-file. You've also got this very solid light square bishop. Meanwhile, black's light square bishop is pretty terrible. And you've got good piece activity. Your knights are in great squares. Just a lot easier to play. And this might be a position that Ding is quite appealing for Ding. So this would be a discouragement of, or maybe one of the reasons why you wouldn't want to play knight to d4. And instead, rook to e8 seems quite reasonable. Not quite committing to any of these types of moves. We're still going to play knight to b5. And you can play bishop to f8 now, and now d4. And I guess the issue here is that when you play knight to d4, you are preventing, you're kind of almost playing playing white's advantage from black's perspective on your own terms. But because of the fact that Gukesh has burned a couple of tempi playing h6 and rook to b8, becomes a little bit scary worrying about d4. So e takes d, knight takes d, knight takes d, knight takes d, and then bishop to d7. Rook 8 to d1. No surprise there. c5. Attacking in the center, knight to b5, and then queen to b6. a4. Yeah. And it's tricky now, because if you take, I mean, you're going to have these advanced pawns. And, okay, let's try. Yeah, I was thinking maybe bishop to c6 makes more sense. b3, just ignoring. Can capture on g2, king takes, queen to c6 check, and then f3. All right, we are going to see a move. Gukesh has gone for rook to e8. Rook to e8 on the board. And now is Ding going to play knight to b5? Let's take a look. I think he has played knight to b5. And this shouldn't be too much of a surprise for Gukesh. Knight to b5 on the board. All right, so here there are a couple of options. You can continue your plan of playing bishop to f8. Let's just pull up the analysis board. You can easily just play bishop to f8 here, no problems. But now white might immediately play d4. And e takes d, knight takes d, knight takes d, knight takes d, and then I don't know if I would really see bishop to d7 being played. Actually, no, it kind of makes sense because of the fact that, as I mentioned before, white's light square bishop is such a monster that you actually want to kind of spend a bit of time challenging it, or you want to play c6. So let's play c6. C6 is a little bit more of a human move, but then, no. Then you're giving up your light square bishop. Yeah, this is a little irritating. Okay, let's play bishop to d7 and then c6 maybe. Rook a to d1. Can't play c6. I actually want to play c5. Yeah, it's just messy. Starts getting a little bit difficult for black because white is exerting pressure. Shivam Shah says Gukesh's position is getting tougher. Every move needs to come up with something solid. Yeah, agreed. Ding definitely has an edge here with the white pieces. The engine's preferred move here, interestingly enough, is not bishop to f8, which was the plan all along, but actually starting with bishop to f5. And bishop to f5 is actually quite creative because of the fact that it prevents d4. Obviously, you can no longer play d4. So we just continue by improving the rook on a1 and putting it on d1. Now bishop to f8. And I guess here you can actually play a couple of moves. But you have to move this queen, because I think white's advantage really does come from wanting to push this d-pawn. So let's put the queen on b3. I said earlier that the queen's not going to come to b3 because it doesn't really do all that much there, since the rook is protecting the b7 pawn. Now it especially doesn't do anything because it's blocked by the knight on b5 anyway. But it does achieve one thing, and the one thing is that you are now able to play d4 without worrying about the bishop pinning the queen on c2. So let's say queen to c8. And now we can play d4, technically. E takes d, knight f takes d4. You have an exchange in the center, and then bishop to e2. Sorry. Bishop, what is it? Bishop to e4. Wow, bishop to e4 is interesting. f3. Okay, we're about to see a move from Ding. Let's take a look. All right, so we have those two moves on the board. Bishop to f5 and rook a to d1. And probably expecting that whatever black follows up with, say for example, he does now decide to move his dark square bishop to f8, which we were expecting at some point, then it's very likely that Ding is just going to move his queen out of the way so that d4 is now possible. Yeah, for example, bishop to f8, and then we can just... Let's play queen to c3 instead. Queen to c3 just looks a little bit better. And now bishop to h7. Interesting. And now we finally can make d4 happen. Interesting here, it's actually better just to jump in with a knight. Knight to e4. That's pretty cool. It's being supported by the bishop as well. Not that it's being attacked, but the queen needs to move in. Maybe this would be one reason why the queen would be better placed on b3. So let's try this. Okay, so queen to c8 instead. Now we can try d4. And then we just exchange in the center. Whoops, knight, what is it? Knight b. First, takes, and bishop to e4. And now f3. But yeah, in the process of this last couple of moves, white's actually lost their advantage, interestingly. So we do have a couple more moves on the board. Gukesh has played... Wow, okay, he's played knight to d7. I didn't see that coming. That's very interesting, and he played it quite quickly. All right, now queen to d2. I mean, I guess what is Gukesh's intentions? We still can't play d4 because our queen's on c2, so that's irritating, but it's just the way it is. So let's play queen to d2 instead. And now knight to c5. I was thinking, if you're going to put your knight on d7, it's probably going to come to c5. And... we still play d4 here. Wow. You just say, that's fine. I'm just going to go for d4. Wow. But now you have a real shocker. Knight to d3. That's pretty incredible. The knight jumping behind enemy lines, attacking the rook. And we just ignore it. We play d5. Whoa. Knight takes e1. Queen takes e1. And then knight to d4. Oh my goodness. So sacrificing the exchange in order for something more is pretty incredible. Okay, now we're starting to see some excitement in this game. And this is pretty fascinating. You've sacrificed the exchange, but look at the center that you have with the white pieces. So we'll play bishop to g6. And then, oh, we're going to get both of the pawns that we need in order to balance material. And then on top of that, we have pretty good piece activity. Got control of the center. Things are looking good. So I could see this working out quite nicely for Ding. But yeah, a lot of very, very precise play and exceptional calculation required before we get to that point. But expecting this next move that Ding should move his queen. Just improve the position of his queen. Queen to d2, queen to c3, even queen to e2. All of these are fine. Yeah, it hasn't been so easy to realize exactly what the advantage is for white after playing d4. The engine keeps saying d4 is a good move, but it's not entirely clear why long term. I mean, the one line that we looked at, that made sense. You're sacrificing the exchange because of the fact you're gonna get 2 additional pawns and a strong center with the white pieces. But some of the other lines are a little bit confusing to me. I've got a couple of comments that I missed. Let's take a look. Shivam Shah says Gukesh's position is getting tougher. Every move needs to come up with something solid. Oh, I did read that earlier. Yeah. And then Taslim N says, hi, welcome to you. Shivam Shah saying, expect queen to e2. All right, let's take a look at queen to e2. Bishop to f8. And now d4. E takes d. Knight f takes. Knight takes d4. Knight takes d4. And bishop to g6. And h4. Here, I can see why white has an advantage. Obviously, the material's equal, but I can see why you would prefer this position with the white pieces. For one, now that the bishop is on g6, it's maybe not quite as potent as it might have been earlier. Also, the queen for Gukesh is actually really poorly placed for now. It has a handful of squares. And also right now, there's some tactics if this knight ever moves because of the pin, the rook on d1. So you have to be a little bit careful here for Gukesh. And in fact, the best move is actually to play a not massively obvious move. And that's rook to e7. Really making sure that this knight is suitably defended. Okay, knight to b5. That was a good square before. And then c6. h5. Bishop to h7. And I imagine the knight's just going to jump into d6. That's where I would put it. And queen to c7. But what about... Oh. Yeah, we have to be careful. We have to also deal with the pin that's on our queen. So let's play queen to d2 first. Knight to f6. Bishop to f4. It's a very good looking move. Yeah, so I can see some of these positions, I can see why white's ahead. And then some of them, they maybe require much deeper calculation in order to see where the advantage is. And I just haven't done that. So yeah, fascinating. But a lot of the advantage just a result of needing to find d4 and needing to play d4 pretty soon in the next couple of moves. All right, 15 votes in. If you haven't voted yet, please do vote. Who do you think will win today? Ding, Gukesh, or a draw? Have your say. All right, looking at the clock, we're down to 46 minutes for Ding. 46 minutes, 24 moves to play. Not great, but not nearly as bad as it was yesterday. So, hoping that Ding doesn't burn too much time. This last move by Gukesh is quite interesting. Knight to d7. Wanting to reroute this knight to c5, potentially playing bishop to c5. There are a few options here. All of them are reasonably exciting. Even after d4, sacrificing that exchange, not so easy to do. Yeah, it's really not easy to find. So where does that line come from again? Is it... I guess it needs to start with queen to d2. Knight to c5. d4. Yeah, let's just put this up on the big screen because this is kind of cool. This is a potentially exciting line. Okay, so queen to d2. Knight to c5. Of course, you can take, but that's not really going to benefit you. So instead, we start off with d4. Knight jumps into d3 now. Of course, it's being supported by the bishop on f5. Deep into enemy territory. And now you come up with the pretty shocking d5. Just ignoring the fact that your rook is hanging. Not outright hanging, but you're sacrificing the exchange. So black obliges and captures. Queen takes e1. And now knight to d4. And what is the follow-up move here? We just capture, basically. Takes. Oh, knight takes instead. Your bishop's hanging. Bishop to g6, and then we capture on a5 at the end. And for the rook, you've gotten a minor piece and 2 pawns, as well as a strong center. And this would create the kind of imbalance that would benefit Ding. In terms of an imbalance in material, and also the fact that he has control of the center. But I think quite a lot has to go wrong for this to happen. Because Gukesh will see that this probably is not hugely beneficial to him. All right, we are still waiting on Ding to come up with some kind of idea with the white pieces. Mostly expecting some kind of queen move. The queen very irritatingly being sort of bothered by the bishop on f5, preventing d4. So wherever the queen moves will be fine, just so long as we can get rid of this pin. So queen to b1, not so much. But queen to d2, queen to b3, queen to c3, all good options. Even queen to e2. Lots of good options. How's the weather today, Shivam? Is it as cold as it was? When was that? A few days ago? South Africa is looking pretty wonderful. Another nice sunny day. I promise we'll stop talking about the weather once the chess starts getting more exciting. A bit better. Okay, I'm glad to hear that. That's good news. You're in Toronto, right? Yeah, sure. But still, single digits is cold. I'm not used to that kind of stuff. Yeah. But at least better. What was it the other day? You said it was like -5, feels like -7 or something like that. That is just a different level. That is so cold. I would not be able to manage that. In comparison, what's Cape Town's weather? Let's see, Cape Town weather. It is 24, highs of 24, lows of 17. It's like perfect weather. The problem is like as we head into summer, the temperature does get a lot warmer. And especially if you go inland, it's like 35, 36, 37 degrees. It is Africa after all. And it's interesting because in those same places, it gets down, not as cold as Toronto, but it does get down to like 4 or 5 degrees in the winter. All right. If we're not going to move our queen, let's try something else. What about c5? c5 is interesting idea. And what does c5 do? Well, it kind of is closing off options for black. Black wanted to play knight to c5, and now you're saying, no, you can't play knight to c5. I'm playing c5 first. It's being attacked twice. I'm defending it twice, so no problems. And a4. And I guess we have a similar situation where you say, a4, can't I just capture the a pawn? You can, but then it's possible. Are we going to see e4? No, maybe e4 doesn't work now. Oh, I guess the idea is that if I capture the a4 pawn, then I'm hanging the c5 pawn. So we don't want to do that. Let's play queen to c3 instead. And bishop to f6. Yeah, so still pretty good for white. But maybe this is what Ding is thinking about. Maybe he's considering the pros of making a move like c5. And kind of saying this knight maneuver that you were going for just looks a little silly now. What are you going to do with your knight now? Because the knight basically has no squares. I mean, unless you want to move back to f8, which was supposed to be the bishop square. Just feels like your pieces are a little bit crammed for space. But Ding really needs to keep an eye on the time now. Down to under 40 minutes, 39 minutes on the clock, 24 moves to play still. And I would not be remotely surprised if we saw a situation where it was a minute a move again. So Ding just needs to bear that in mind. Because yesterday, I mean, there was still time on the clock, but what ended up happening is almost like the future pressure of knowing that he was needing to make all of these moves in a short period of time led to a blunder earlier on. And yeah, that was obviously just a really rough way of losing. So he's going to have that in the back of his mind, but he's still within the bounds of reasonable in terms of the clock, but probably needs to try and make a move in the next minute or two. Just to make sure things don't kind of become out of control for him. The other thing that I was thinking here is like, I would actually quite like to play b4. If I play c5, I'd love to play b4, but you have to do quite a bit of work. Or maybe just rook to b1 and then I can play b4. Or maybe queen to b1. But then, no, I think I know what I want to do. Actually, I want to play queen to d2. And this Oh, no, I can't play queen to d2. Ah, I know what it is. I need to play queen to c3. Queen to c3 just solves all of my problems. So if you play c5, let's make a move. Let's play a4. Okay, can I not just play queen to... Yeah, queen to c3. And the idea with queen to c3 was I'm setting up b4. If takes en passant, then I just take with a queen, I guess. All right, we're going to see a move. Let's take a look at the decision that Ding goes for. I'm glad that he was listening to me and decided to make a move sooner rather than later. What does he go for? Okay, so he plays queen to d2. And he gets up to go and relax. Queen to d2 on the board, so he doesn't go for c5. And now there are only really two moves that keep things kind of in control for Gukesh. One is knight to c5, the other is a4. a4 might be setting up knight to... Oh, you can't play knight to a5 now because your queen's eyeballing that square. Okay, let's play d4 first. Now e4. Knight to g1. Knight to b6. And now things are starting to get a little bit scary because it feels like white is actually quite serious about taking control of the center. Also, with the queen on d2 and the bishop on e3, if white gets very organized, there might be some plans around sacrificing on h6, but in order to sacrifice this bishop, you need to do quite a lot. What would be more likely is seeing some kind of pawn storm on the king side, getting these pawns in the g file and the h file, Gary and Harry, whatever you want to call them, get them moving, and trying to sort of bust things open. But knowing Ding, he's not going to really do anything to sort of rush into an attack. He's going to gradually try and outmaneuver his opponents. And that's what we saw in the game that Ding won with the black pieces. It wasn't suddenly that Gukesh blundered. It was just that snowball effect, right? What we saw yesterday was just an outright blunder from Ding. It wasn't the snowball effect. It was this gradual improvement of the position until instead of just having a small edge, it was a significant edge and then eventually a game-winning edge. So we are seeing that snowball type situation happening. And white definitely having an advantage here with something to play for. More than something to play for. So I think Ding is going to feel quite disappointed if this game results in a draw, just considering how well he's done out of the opening. You know, I was initially quite critical, but I have to say, Ding has kept the pressure on, and Gukesh has not played quite as accurately out of the opening as maybe he could have. Or maybe not. I guess we're not really in the opening anymore. We're more in the middle game. Let's take a look at see what point we deviated from the database. It was here on move 10. When Gukesh played h6, we had a couple of passive moves from him. h6, rook to b8 was a little bit passive, and Ding has kind of, so far, played in a way that has been able to maintain an advantage for white and potentially has some prospects of punishing Gukesh's passive approach in the opening. One thing, obviously, that Ding will have to just keep an eye on is making sure that he's playing fast enough. But I think we might see a situation here where Gukesh takes, again, a little bit of time before making any decisions in terms of what he's going to do. In terms of overall accuracy, out of the opening, Ding has played with 99.2% accuracy and Gukesh has played with 98% accuracy. And I think that's kind of reflected in the engine evaluation where White has an advantage. Yeah, so just 2 moves, or actually, yeah, 1 or 2 moves that allow Black to continue fighting. Knight to c5 is plus 0.52, a4 is plus 0.7, and rook to c8 is plus 0.8. So really things starting to slip here. If Gukesh does follow up queen to d2 with something not optimal, we could see a situation where Ding starts building up a significant advantage. But I really like actually the way that Ding has played. By keeping pieces on the board, not offering exchanges, he's created something that is a little bit more complex than it was like 5 or 6 moves ago. I was kind of criticizing him, saying, oh man, like he should have gone for something more exciting or more ambitious, but he has remained true to himself. I mean, it's a bit of a cliche, but like stylistically, he's not trying to play like Gukesh and do something completely crazy. So stylistically, he's kind of, you know, basically played the way that you'd expect Ding to play. But he has managed to come out of the opening with an advantage, and I think that is, yeah, credit to him for that. And I could definitely see him potentially winning here. So let's take a look and see what Polymarket says. All right, bearing in mind that before this game started, Ding was down to 19% chance of winning the overall World Chess Championship. Now, he's up to 26%. So his odds have improved as a result of what he's done out of the opening in this game. And I think he'll be very happy with that. After spending quite a bit of time calculating, the engine has finally settled on knight to c5 being the best option for Gukesh. Almost just allowing d4. And basically, if you play knight to c5, you're kind of committed to this line that we looked at, where White sacrifices the exchange. So after d5, you basically have to capture on e1. Queen takes on e1. And then, what was it? Bishop to c2. Wow, bishop to c2 is a move? No, knight to d4. That was the move that we were looking for. Knight takes, e takes, knight takes, bishop to g6, and then queen takes a5. All of this kind of plays out automatically, but still leaves White with an advantage. And it's one of these horrible situations where it's like the best option that Black has. Knight to c5. Also, bishop to g6 now is an option. Also play a4, but knight to c5, this line that we looked at, being the real favorite, despite the fact that it's not all that great for Black. All right, so we're waiting on Gukesh to decide. This is a pretty important moment in the game, and I would say that if he does anything other than knight to c5 or a4, then it's very possible that Ding is going to smell blood here. I mean, what other natural moves exist for black? It also feels like, because of the fact that the knight's on d7, you're kind of almost obligated to improve that piece. So it might be kind of process of elimination that he plays knight to c5. Hmm. Yeah, so it does feel like we're heading into, if you're a Gukesh fan, heading into a little bit of a tricky passage of play now. And Gukesh is probably desperately looking for the option that is the safest. He doesn't have to do anything spectacular, but he does need to make sure that he walks out of this with a draw. And in order to do that, he has to play pretty precisely from now on. The clock's getting a little closer to being equal now. 47 minutes on the clock for Gukesh, 37 minutes on the clock for Ding. So just 10 minutes separating the two players. And 22 moves to be played. So Gukesh has a little over 2 minutes a move. And Ding has under 2 minutes a move. It just starts becoming quite dicey once the players get down to that minute a move mark. Becomes pretty challenging. Especially if you're dealing with a complicated position. And that's what we saw yesterday, where Gukesh was pressing, Ding was defending, and it's just one or two moves that led to that big blunder that seemingly came out of nowhere. But it was really a result of some excellent pressure on the clock by Gukesh. He knew that Ding was going to struggle to find moves and play accurately once he was so far down on the clock. And I think that move that he played knight to a1, rerouting the knight to b3, even though it wasn't the best move, it was a little bit of a strange choice. It still allowed him to maintain an advantage and, more importantly, surprise Ding, because I don't think Ding was expecting knight to a1 in yesterday's game. So what we're seeing now is Ding playing much more solid. It's kind of playing a little bit like an engine, to be honest. But in order to win this game, you just have to really go for high accuracy with the white pieces. Doesn't feel like there's too much tactically going on here. That might change, of course, later on. All right, folks, it's tea time. I'm going to go boil the kettle. I'll be back in a moment. Okay, the kettle is boiling, and while we wait for it to boil, let's see what Gukesh has got cooking. Nothing yet. Okay. So down under an hour on the clock. What? Can someone explain to me, is there a reason why it says 59 minutes for Gukesh? Am I just missing something? He's supposed to have 42 minutes. Wow. I wonder what's going on there. That's strange. Seems to be some kind of error on the clock because I'm seeing it here. We have two different times. We have Gukesh being at 58 minutes, and that doesn't seem right. The last time I checked, that wasn't the case. And FIDE have 42 minutes, so there's a little bit of a discrepancy here. Actually, the player's just 5 minutes apart. Weird. So ignore the clock on chess.com. The player's actually much closer than reflected there. And Gukesh probably deciding between a couple of moves. And I think the main one is trying to figure out if knight to c5 is playable right now. The engine really struggling to figure out exactly what black is supposed to do. Bishop to f6 is a move. Knight to c5 is a move. a4 is a move. All options for Gukesh. But each option coming with its own pros and cons. One that we haven't looked at, and I briefly looked at it off camera, was bishop to f6. But then d4, e4, knight to g1, and now knight to b6, queen to c2. Now we can actually put the queen on c2 without too much fuss because of the fact that there isn't really any threat of the bishop on f5 for the time being. And then queen to d7. b3. And I guess the thing that you'd notice in this position that white has a space advantage, and I guess I haven't used it today, so I should.
It's free real estate.
If you have the option of taking space, you should do it. And I think that would probably be Ding's intentions if we were to see this line take place with bishop to f6, kicking things off. But of course, all of that would be quite different if we saw knight to c5 on the board, because knight to c5 would mean that we would expect to have a situation where white sacrifices the exchange in order to take space in the center, as well as picking up 2 pawns along the way. I think that would be quite beneficial for Ding. And I guess Gukesh just weighing it up and saying, man, if I go for this knight to c5, knight to d3 business, am I really going to be better even though I'll be up the exchange? How good is this position practically? And if not knight to c5, then what should I play? Could play rook to c8. This just seems a little bit passive too. Feels like you need to do something here. And I imagine that is exactly why we're seeing Gukesh spending all of this time. All right, down to 39 minutes on the clock for Gukesh. Just 2 minutes away from Ding. And still 23 moves to be played. All right, the kettle is boiled. I will be back. Okay, still waiting for Gukesh to make up his mind. In the meanwhile, I've got tea and cookies. An essential part of every good cup of tea is something sweet. Okay, so now Gukesh, more or less in the same time as Ding, under 37 minutes. 36 minutes and 24 seconds. Ding has 37 minutes and 1 second. And it does feel like we're pretty close to a decision from Gukesh. Is he going to go with knight to c5? Is he going to play bishop to f6, a4? Those are a few candidate moves. I mean, I guess there's also some thought of playing bishop to f8, but it just feels too passive. It feels like d4 is coming, regardless of what black does. And I think this is part of the reason why Gukesh is thinking so much, is he knows that it's very likely Ding is going to play d4. Pretty much most of the moves that Gukesh decides to go with. If a4, immediately d4. If knight to c5, then d4. And really the only thing that black can do is to push e4. And that's like kind of the little bit of compensation that black has, saying, okay, cool, well, I'm going to nullify your very strong dark square bishop, light square bishop at least. But in exchange, white is going to get a very, very strong center. Very strong center. Shivam Shah says, position is very complicated. Yeah, for sure. It is. If you're looking at the clocks of the live board, take that with a pinch of salt, or don't believe what's happening on the clock there, because it's actually incorrect, I think. Here's the actual time. Gukesh under 35 minutes. And for some reason on the chess.com clock is sitting on 50 minutes, which is very strange. I don't know why that's happened. But yeah, this is a complex position. This is what happens when you have so few trades out of the opening. And we have a situation where all of the minor pieces on the board, all of the pawns bar one are on the board. And in situations like this, the complexity increases massively. The time needed for calculation increases just because there are many options. There are many options. And also it becomes a lot easier to overlook certain things or miss moves. Of course, there are some obvious moves that you can kind of consider. And the most obvious moves, I think Gukesh will realize, specifically that d4 is something that Ding would like. But apart from that, there are many different directions that this game could go in because of the fact that there are just so many pieces on the board. So not an easy situation for either player. And we do have a move. What is the move? Let's take a look. All right, Gukesh about to play bishop to g6. Is that right? Yes. Bishop to g6 on the board. And Ding not immediately moving. Possibly expecting and calculating knight to c5. But we're about to see him make a move in a moment. Let's take a look at what he does. All right, he does appear to have moved d4. d4 on the board. And this was his plan all along. So bishop to g6 and d4 being played. And now really only one move. Only one move for black, and that is to follow up with e4. Very important that you play e4 here. Okay, they've fixed the clocks, thank goodness. The clocks are back to where they're supposed to be. Gukesh down to 32 minutes, nearly 32 minutes, to play the remaining 21 moves that are required. More than, actually, including this move, it's 22 moves. So he's going to have to defend. He's really got his work cut out for him in terms of defending this game. The engine saying that in this position, if black does anything other than e4, then it's plus 1.3, plus 1.7, maybe plus 2 in some lines. It starts getting very, very scary for Gukesh fans. d4. Okay, so let's do a little bit of calculating here. d4, e4, knight to g1, knight to b6, queen to c1. And obviously we need to make sure that we're defending c4 pawn. So let's play bishop to g5. Bishop to g5. Wow. Okay, bishop takes g5, h takes g5. We're not even going to take back with the queen. And then... Okay. d5. All right, let's go here. Knight to e5. And then d6. Whoa, d6 is pretty epic. c6. Knight to c7. f8. Then c5. And look at how unpleasant this is for black. Okay, knight to d3. Oh, that's knight to d5, sorry. Oh, we can play knight to d3. Whoa. Okay, rook takes d3, pawn takes d3, c takes b. And yeah, ding is up a pawn. All right, let's take a look at the players live. I imagine that Gukesh is probably feeling a little bit uncomfortable right now, because this is a little bit scary. Knight to d7. There was just maybe one too many slow moves out of the opening. And that is why Gukesh is in this situation. It's almost like he's down a tempo. If he could have an extra move, he would probably be very, very happy with that. All right, we're about to see a move from Gukesh with the black pieces. Let's see what he follows up d4 with. Ding, not spending too much time on this move either. Obviously, the knight's under attack. He does move it back to g1. It may seem a little bit unusual why put the knight on g1. You can always develop it via e2 later on. e2, knight to f4, and you're golden. And now we do have another quick move from Gukesh. He plays knight to b6. All right, knight to b6 on the board. And, what is the plan here for white? Okay, so obviously black is attacking the c4 pawn. So we need to defend that. And in order to do that, we can just step back with our queen to c1. And now the only move that kind of keeps Gukesh in it is to play bishop to g5, which is quite counterintuitive as well. H takes g, and then f3. f3 also looks like kind of a weird move. Usually you want to avoid these kind of moves because of the fact that these pawns are so important in terms of protecting the king, but with the king on h2, f3 actually is probably just fine. Itachi says, how are you getting these thumbnail ideas? Absolutely love a dog. Thank you, Itachi. I appreciate that. Yeah, I have to say a lot of the help has been from you guys, the viewers, as well as ChatGPT. ChatGPT, give me famous rivalries, on-screen rivalries. That's where it started. But I think today's one, maybe today's one was one of the few that I actually came up with myself. I was thinking, oh man, Captain Jack Sparrow, that's iconic. The only issue is trying to get the face swap on Davy Jones. The AI was not loving trying to find where the face was supposed to go. It figured it out eventually, but I had to do a little bit of tweaking to sort it out. But thank you for your compliment. I appreciate that. We do have 20 votes in. 40% saying ding, 15% saying Gukesh, and 45% saying a draw. Charles Xavier versus Magneto. Ah! Okay, that's one I haven't done. That's a good idea. Charles Xavier versus Magneto. Oh, but the problem is I did Iron Man already. I did do Iron Man. So I did Iron Man and... Oh, I did Iron Man versus... that guy with the long hair. Who has like those whips. You know, he cuts the Formula 1 car in half, that guy. Shivam Shah says, what AI do you use? I use a software called Comfy UI. And it's free, which is quite cool. But the problem is more, you have to have a computer that is pretty beefy to do all of the behind the scenes stuff. So otherwise, yeah, it's pretty cool. And it's also a bit time consuming to install because you have to install it using like, well, at least on my Mac, I had to install it using code, which I'm not familiar with at all. But then I just asked ChatGPT for instructions on the installation and it helped. And yeah, it's pretty incredible. It's just like a couple of nodes. You basically have a node for the image and then a node for the face swap that you'd like to do. So say, here's the person's face, here's the image that it's going onto. And then you run it through like 2 other nodes. It's pretty simple. If it was more complicated, I wouldn't be able to do it. Superman versus Batman. I also did Batman. That was the problem. We did Batman and the Joker. Ding was the Joker, so I can't reuse that one. Loki. Okay, Loki could work. Basically just work through the entire Marvel universe. That's great. Good suggestions, guys. I appreciate it. Keep them coming. Oh, here's my dumbest one, though. I don't know if I'll use this one. I have one where I face swapped Ding onto Gukesh's face and Gukesh onto Ding's face. I was thinking of using that as the last one. Just as like a complete troll. But I think it's not that easy to understand. Like, oh, that actually he's on the wrong body. But maybe, we'll see. Hey! Membrane Potential says, actually, Comfy UI is just the UI, not the AI. Oh, yeah. Okay, well, it already shows you. I've been using the software for the last while. What do I know? Yeah, so Comfy UI is the software, I guess, but it uses AI, doesn't it? I don't know. I don't know how it works. I just push buttons and hope that things work out, and they seem to, so I'm the classic ignorant user. And there's all this magic happening behind the scenes. Oh yeah, I was thinking other chess players as well. So like Magnus versus Nepo, and then face swapping them on. But I mean, yeah, I don't know. It might just be a little bit too meta. Yeah, I could get political. Narendra Modi versus Xi Jinping. Actually, that's quite hilarious. But the problem is if I do that, and then like I'll get like cancelled by China because you can't go messing around with their supreme leader. All right, we do have a couple of moves on the board, folks. Let's keep an eye on what's happening here. We don't want to miss out some very important moments. Trump versus Biden. Yeah, actually, those could work. Yeah, that would be quite funny. I kind of just want to avoid politics completely, but actually, that would be kind of funny. If something's really funny, then I'd prefer to do it, even if it is slightly political. Who cares? All right, so we have had a few moves. Okay, so we had knight to b6, and then Ding played queen to c3. Queen to c3, actually a great move according to the engine. And now f5 is very, very important for Gukesh to find. Just trying to find some counterplay on the king side. Can still play f3, and this is a little bit of the concern here. It's just that f3 is challenging this advanced e4 pawn. So rook to c8. Now f takes e probably. And you've still got this pawn here, which is a little bit of a thorn in white's side, especially considering the fact that this bishop is not nearly as powerful as it would have been if this pawn wasn't there. But white has fantastic compensation by having these two central pawns, some active pieces, probably planning on playing knight to e2, knight to f4. And once this knight gets into this game, this knight is going to become the MVP. So, yeah. Knight to a4 now. Okay, someone's suggesting right now knight to a4. Let's take a look. Knight to a4, then just queen to c2. The knight can't go anywhere, it just has to go back. And you're basically just wasting a tempo. Unfortunately. Let's just see again. Queen to c2. You just have to move back. Knight takes b2. Is this a move? Knight sacrificing the knight. Whoa. That's incredible. That just shows you like how bad the position is being evaluated by the engine. That like one of the top engine moves is sacrificing your knight. Yeah. So you do get the impression that Gukesh is just a few moves away from things falling apart. He has to try and keep things under control. And unfortunately now the clock is becoming more of a factor. And instead of it being a factor for Ding, it's a factor for Gukesh. I think he's going to have to defend like you cannot believe in this game. Tachi says Sherlock versus Moriarty did that. And I think in like three games ago, I did that. Or was it yesterday? No, yesterday was Dingpool. Yesterday was Deadpool versus Wolverine. Dingpool versus Wolverine. And then Sherlock was, I don't know if that was like game 10 or 9. I can't remember. Yeah, if I face swapped, you know what would be really funny though, Shivam, is just that if I face swapped Ding onto Narendra Modi and then Gukesh onto Xi Jinping, that would be like blasphemy. That would get me in a lot of trouble. All right, hold on. We have a move. We have bishop to f6 on the board. Also, somewhat of a surprise. Okay. Okay, what's going on here? Knight to e2 now. Now you just said that's fine. I have no problems. Remember, you are attacking this 3 times, but of course now it's being over-defended 1, 2, 3, 4 times. This pawn is not at risk in any meaningful way. Bishop to h7, I guess kind of preempting the fact that black wants to play knight to f4. Sorry, white wants to play knight to f4. And then say just queen to c2. You don't have to do anything special. And I think the next couple of moves, we're just going to see some very gradual snowballing for white. White is the one who is pressing here. And if we take a look at what the odds are changing to, suddenly it has shot up to 39% for Ding. Remember at the start of this game, it was all the way down 19%, 20%. Ding is the one who is pushing in this position, and Gukesh is going to have to come up with something very special in order to defend. And what is the real threat? Well, the problem with this position is that White just has unchecked control of the center and can basically do whatever he wants. It's not like we're going to see, oh, suddenly there's going to be a blunder. It's just about gradually White can improve, and unfortunately Black can't really do all that much to improve or get counterplay. It's a little bit of a stranglehold right now, and we might see a situation where Ding is kind of grinding out this position, and this +1 turns into +1.3, turns into +1.5, turns into +2, and eventually things collapse like a house of cards. And it doesn't seem that way right now, but eventually it will come if Ding continues to play precisely. Harry Potter vs. Voldemort, I did do that one as well. Scar vs. Mufasa is a good one, but I don't know if I can do that. I need the images to be people, otherwise the face swapping thing doesn't work. Leela says 74% win chances for White. He just needs to play knight to e2. Yeah, and knight to e2 is like the most obvious move. I think anyone would find knight to e2. It's not a difficult move, I don't think. But plan is to push d5 and take knight a5 earlier, but bishop to f6 spoils it. Yeah, so you can't play d5 now, obviously, yeah. Bishop on f6, eyeballing the queen. But this is what I was saying, is that you don't need to do anything. You don't need to make some kind of like big, bold, decisive move. You can just gradually improve your pieces, and eventually it's almost like a little bit of a zugzwang situation where Black keeps getting the turn with not much to do, and eventually if you don't have much way of improving your pieces, you start making things worse. That's not a very like well-rounded description, but it's basically what's going to happen in this game, unless something massive changes. Ding definitely emerges with a win, if not blunders and time pressure, for sure. But remember, the time is equal. It's almost exactly equal. Ding, 25 minutes and 40 seconds to play 19 moves, and Gukesh, 25 minutes and 11 seconds to play 19 moves. So yeah, knight to e2, queen to c2 is also a move, which you would probably play after knight to e2. And what's really incredible here is just how well defended the d4 pawn is. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 potential pieces, just keeping everything in check in the center of the board. These pieces are very, very active. And got kind of one thing that is quite interesting about this position is just the fact that we have all of our minor pieces on the 6th rank if you're Black, and you have the 2 black knights next to each other and the 2 bishops next to each other. So it's quite unique. Ding has played like an engine so far. Absolutely, he has played incredibly accurately. Let's see how accurately. Wow. 99.1% accuracy from Ding and just 95.5% from Gukesh. And we're already seeing a situation that we saw in game 1 where obviously then Ding had the black pieces, but it was similar. It wasn't like a sudden blunder that ended the game like we saw yesterday, but Ding kind of gradually got an advantage and just played several accurate moves in a row. We are about to see a move on the board. I believe queen to c2 has been played. Let's take a look and see Ding play it on the board. Yep, 99 accuracy still from Ding. Okay, after that last move, it dropped to 98.7% accuracy. But even this last move was one of the engine's recommendations, so I don't know why it dropped so much. We might need to wait until the game's over for the engine to give us a very accurate breakdown. But yeah, it's very, very clear that Gukesh is the one that needs to be defending. White with a clear advantage here. And with the clock the way it is, you would struggle to see how Gukesh would be able to hold on here. But I still believe it's possible. So I guess Ding is going to whip out a win on demand just like that. What a mad lad, says Membrane Potential. A mad lad indeed. I mean, it's insane. Especially after what he said yesterday. He said, I also went down in game 12 against Nepo. And I came back the next game. Or I think I went down before game 12. What is today? It's today game 12. I think so. Yes. Exactly the same thing happened last year, and he did exactly the same thing. He came back. So he still has some work to do, obviously. This game's not done yet, but very, very impressive how confident he is. Okay, so in this position, well, we do have a move. Let's take a look at what Gukesh responds with after queen to c2. All right, he plays a4. a4, and I guess what black is hoping for is to maybe play knight to a5, knight to b3. And Ding immediately plays knight to e2. Let's take a look at how the analysis bar is reacting to that. Still very heavily favoring Ding Loren with the white pieces. Knight to a5 would be kind of my expectation after a4 with the intention of installing the knight on b3. I mean, it's difficult to know exactly what this achieves. That's the problem. I mean, the knight is not really hitting any of white's pieces, and white has no real reason to be too concerned about having this knight on b3. And it's also not that difficult to challenge the knight on b3 with a move like knight to c1, provided that you are making sure that you're keeping an eye on supporting the d4 pawn adequately. And the other consideration is when the knight does come to b3, we'll have 1, 2, 3 pieces attacking that square, but we're still basically over defending it with all of these pieces. So we can afford to drop the knight back and try and exchange if we're really concerned about the knight on b3. So Gukesh might be saying, oh man, what am I actually achieving by playing knight to a5? Does this just burn another tempo? Should I go for something else? Should I just bring the knight back to e7 and maybe go for something like knight to f5? But now we just are marching forward. We're playing d5. Still play knight to f5. Now we can take on b6 and knight to f4. And yeah, it's getting really ugly now. Really, really ugly. We've got this massive attack on this e-pawn. Things are just starting to fall apart now, and we're getting a little bit closer to seeing why this advantage. It's not like an abstract thing anymore. And this is often what happens. Sometimes people look at a position and they're like, well, it's the same material. Like, where's the advantage? Why does the engine say this is better? If the material's equal, like, what's the big deal? But it's purely positional. It's much more abstract. But the problem is that with these abstract advantages, it takes a little while for it to become sort of a concrete, definable advantage where you're like, oh, that's why. And often what happens, things kind of fall apart and you're like, whoa, what happened? And it's because of the fact that the position was very difficult to play for black. And that abstract advantage turns into something very real. Once white in particular has all of his pieces organized. And suddenly the positional advantage will turn into a material advantage, or a big attack. And I think in this case, it's probably going to be a material advantage by means of this e4 pawn dropping off the board. But we'll have to see. Okay, can I play knight to e2, knight to c3, putting more pressure on e4? Let me just get the board up to where it's supposed to be. Okay, so here it is. Knight to e2. All right, we've got knight to e2 on the board and knight to c3. Oh, which knight? The knight on e2 or the knight on... So knight e to c3 or knight b to c3? I'm assuming this one. Yeah, I think, but I think your idea is correct long term in terms of targeting this. So, for example, if we play knight to e7 and then we go for d5, I mean, we can't even play this, can we? Can we play knight to f5? I mean, it's so bad. Knight to f5. Kind of, it might be the case that it's your only move. Wow. Like, it's almost like you want to get the knight out of the way so that you're defending this pawn, but then knight to c3 is coming. For example, this is just like a disaster. Oh, we can even start with c5. Oh my gosh, this is devastating. Look at this. This is really, really rough.
That was diabolical.
Yeah, we might see a couple of diabolical moves on the way. Okay, we have our first significant misstep from Gukesh, and it really is starting to snowball now. He has played bishop to g5. Let's watch him play it live. We're about to see the analysis bar really not loving this last move by Gukesh. And essentially, all you need to do here is play knight to f4. Knight to f4, and I guess, what is the threat? That we're planning on removing a defender. If you instead play bishop to h7, I can just play c5 now. And, okay, what if... I guess the knight can jump forward. Ooh, what if you jump forward, then knight takes, queen takes d5, and then suddenly you can capture with a fork. And this is the thing that I'm talking about. It's just that, like, this abstract advantage now is at the point where it starts turning into a material advantage, where the options that are actually available for black are very, very few. Time pressure, that's another factor right now. 22 minutes, 16 moves to play. Actually more, sorry. What is it? 18 moves to play. So knight to f4, pretty important move for Ding to find. Has a clear advantage here. There are a couple of moves that are still winning, but knight to f4, by far the most important one. c5 is plus 0.6. Bishop to f1 is plus 0.5, but only knight to f5. This is kind of an only move situation. He has to find knight to f4. And then basically the best continuation. Oh, you can move forward. And now c5. And the same problem. We have the same problem with this knight can't jump into d5 because of the fact that there's a fork. So let me just pull this up on the big board real quick. Okay, so here's the idea. We play knight to f4. And if takes, we can capture with the bishop. If we don't take, say we play a move like bishop to f5 or bishop to h7 because we want to keep defending the e4 pawn. Now we play c5. And this knight seems like it could just jump forward. But remember, if you do, there's this exchange, and at the end of the line, white has knight to c7, forking the queen and the rook. And suddenly, again, the abstract advantage that I'm talking about becomes a material advantage. Knight to d7 would be better, but then queen takes a4. Again, starting to pick up material. In many of these lines, I think we're going to start seeing pawns dropping off the board. Black just being overloaded in terms of responsibilities, trying to keep an eye on some of these advanced pawns, specifically the e4 pawn and the a4 pawn. And c5 is a pretty serious threat in terms of removing that a4 pawn. It's probably the most direct route to go for. But I was thinking, okay, well, why don't we even keep it simpler? What happens if we just take? If we take an exchange here, suddenly our advantage completely evaporates. Because I was thinking, okay, well, can't we play this now? But now e3, and e3 starts to really create a lot of problems. Discovery, attack on the queen on c2, and also threatening just to take basically without any immediate recourse the f2 pawn. So there are a couple of ways of getting this wrong. Let's keep an eye on things. Back to the live board and we'll take a look at the chats. Will he pull out the draw from the claws of victory? That's a good question. Itachi says, why knight to f4? Why not bishop trade? Yeah, so I think I did just show that line with the bishop trade. If we do take the bishop, just going to capture back. And now the idea was like, okay, well, I'm going to go for the same tactic. Removing the defender. Remember, the knight is defending on a4. But here, this runs straight into e3. Discovery attack on the queen. And the queen can't stay on this diagonal to pick up the a4 pawn. And you can't move to c4 because, of course, the knight is still on b6. It hasn't moved yet. So this creates some complications. And that's why we can't trade bishops yet. The bishop on e3 is blockading the e4 pawn, and as soon as that pawn moves forward, we're going to get that discovery attack with the bishop staring at the queen. So we have to be a little bit careful here. Okay. Ding pushing for the equalizer. Hope he gets it. Oh man, this is crazy. This is actually a pretty wild game, guys. And very, very important that Ding finds the only move in this situation. That is knight to f4. He does find it. It's on the board. Let's take a look at him playing it live. Ding's chances rising to 43%, according to the bookmakers. 43% chance of winning this year's World Chess Championship. Up to 48% now. Ding's engine heating up. Time for an ice cream. Oh my goodness. Yeah, we're definitely starting to see some exciting stuff happening over the board. Ding has found the exact path forward. Really important that he finds knight to f4. He's found it. And now the pressure is back on Gukesh. And what do you do? What do you do here? Everything is difficult. Absolutely everything is difficult. If you take, you're setting your opponent up for some material advantage as well as maintaining control of the center. It's just very little that you can do here. And I get the impression that Gukesh is going to not be firing out moves too quickly now. 17 minutes on the clock, 17 moves left to play. Less than a move a minute. And Gukesh struggling big time. Big time, we should say. Bishop to h7. Okay, so if we play bishop to h7, what's the risk? The risk is we just walk straight into c5. Removing the defender, the knight can't come to d5. Why? Because we just take, queen takes, and then we walk into horrible tactics. If instead the knight just retreats, which is what it's supposed to, best move is knight to d7, then we simply capture the pawn that it was defending on a4. We're up material, whilst maintaining control of the center. Yeah, we've seen some very, very impressive play. 98.7% from Ding so far and 93% from Gukesh. H4 is another question. Let's take a look at H4. All right, H4. Oh, we're waiting on Gukesh to play. So we can't play H4 yet. We have to wait and see what Black does. But say, let's make a move. We could still play bishop to h7 and then h4. And it's still winning, but not quite as powerful as c5. c5 is pretty devastating. After bishop to h7, h4. Got it. Okay, so we play h4 now. Bishop takes f4. Bishop takes f4. Rook to c8. And yeah, we have to be very careful here from black's perspective because we do have this knight and bishop working together. So we're going to defend that pawn a second time. And then queen to c3. So removing any of the tactics that may still be on the cards for black with pushing e3. And now I guess we still have the option later on. Well, maybe, I wonder if we could play c5 here. No, we can't play c5. We have to play queen to c3 first. And then, okay, knight to e7. And then d5. And we're basically just controlling so many key squares. And it's almost like this knight on b6 is just completely awful. This is like probably one of the worst pieces on the board. Okay, you can reroute this knight, but for the time being, it's terrible. And yeah, white is just taking space in the center. And I guess you can still capture on e4. That's the whole point. Can you capture now? All right, we're going to see an exchange of bishops, and probably we're going to follow this up with rook to c8 if we're Gukesh. Yeah, c5 does seem like a long-term plan, and e5 is also attacked, thrice protected twice as Itachi. Thanks for that insight. Awesome. Okay, yeah, so we have an exchange. The bishop's sitting very pretty on f4. Really nice piece for white. Double attack on the c7 pawn, and that's something that we're going to have to defend immediately. Yeah, rook to c8, really the best route forward for black. But things have slipped massively for Gukesh. Okay, captures. Rook to c8, that's on the board. And now c5, you're saying. Okay, so let's say rook to c8. c5, now the problem is that we can play knight to d5. This is the issue, and this is why this doesn't work right now. If Ding did play c5, this would be a massive blunder. He can't play c5 here. He might be tempted to play c5, but it's a little dicey. Wow. Bishop takes e4. Knight takes, g takes. This just fizzles. So earlier we were saying that knight to d5 wasn't possible. Why? Because of the fact that at that point we could play knight takes on c7, forking, and also there was a knight here. So it was going to go takes, queen takes, and then knight takes c7 with a fork on the queen and the rook. That's no longer possible. So now c5, we need to do a little bit of preparation before we play c5. All right, we're seeing some moves on the board. d5 instead of queen c3 seems natural. Yeah, d5 is probably much better. I think the problem still is if we start off with d5 now, still a little bit concerned about e3. But I guess now we just go queen to c3. The threat that we were looking at in the previous line of e3 with a discovery attack on the queen, it doesn't really achieve much in this line because of the fact in the previous line, I think you were able to capture the f2 pawn afterwards because there was a piece in the way. Or maybe that's still the case. If we just go here, takes, we just move to f1 and we're going to capture the pawn on f2 anyway. So we don't need to worry too much about that. I have to keep an eye on the game. Swastik004 says, oh yeah, we already checked that. Okay, maybe capture e4 simply capture on e4. Yeah, and just simplify. Fair play check for Ding today. Yeah. I mean, I really did not think too much of this opening, but Gukesh unfortunately did not play to his strengths. And I think he was just in this kind of defensive mindset. Look, I don't want to start, you know, going into post-mortem while the game's still being played. But he just was not playing his natural game. He was playing extremely cautiously, almost Ding-like, but that's stylistically not really his bag. All right, so here the best continuation for black is to actually play f6. Wow, f6 just seems out of left field. d5, knight to e5. Now d6. Oh my goodness, and you can't take because I'm going to fork everything. And c5. Wow, okay, no I can't. What about queen to a5 here? Queen to a5. No. Okay, we can just capture. I guess this pawn is technically hanging, or is it? There's some tricks here. Bishop takes. Rook takes a4. What about? Oh, I can just capture the queen. This way, sacrificing the knight. Yeah, knight to g4 check. H takes. Rook takes. Queen to f3 is devastating, even though you're up a pawn temporarily. Can't even move back because do you have any actually reasonable squares? No, you're just gonna take now. Wow, this is wild. Okay, there's still quite a bit of chess to be played, but yeah, it stands to reason that if Ding just plays semi-accurately, he's gonna take this one. But with the players so low on the clock, 15 moves, is that right? Yeah, 15 moves, and Ding has 17 minutes to play those 15 moves. Gukesh has just 12 minutes to play those 15 moves. Oh, apologies. Sorry, guys. I'm back. Thanks for the reminder. I took a sip of my tea and I didn't want to subject you guys to the sound of me drinking. So what I was saying is the threat here, d5 and then d6, a bit of a concern. So we see, whoa, I mean, there's one of the ugliest moves probably that you just would never want to see on the board. I mean, it just looks terrible. Moving the knight back to b8. Game over. Okay, well, we'll see. But yeah, it is looking pretty brutal. Knight to a7 for one. Just immediately wins the exchange on the spot. I think Gukesh might just not have seen this. This actually might just be a serious blunder. Knight to a7. Guys, one move. Rook has no squares. Now what do you do? Wow. Crazy. Brain potential, very good. Knight to b8, setting up the pieces for the next game. Okay. That was pretty good. I enjoyed that. Yeah, Ding. I mean, all he needs to do is just find knight to a7 and like probably almost close to resigning Gukesh. He just has absolutely no prospects with the black pieces. Gukesh playing just to play. Yeah. I mean, we're not going to see him resign yet. He's definitely going to play this out. He's going to hope that he can try and hustle Ding, but this last move was just so ugly. I mean, what is the point of playing knight to b8? I mean, I guess maybe knight to a6. Can you explain why the engine thinks f3 is better? Okay, hold on. My engine says, oh, f3 is the second. Oh yeah, you're right, f3. I mean, I didn't even look at f3. Okay, so what's the idea with f3? f3, if you take, then I'm just gonna capture back, and rook takes e1, rook takes e1. I mean, okay, so first thing is if we start off with f3, we cannot move this knight yet because we're gonna capture, and then okay, I'm not gonna be able to trap your rook, but I have an extra pawn and I have complete domination of the center. So that's the idea initially. But okay, let's just take a look at the moves that are being played. Whoa, what just happened? Okay, he started with d5 and immediately Gukesh steps forward with his queen. And probably the reason for that was because of the fact that the rook is on c8 and he was like, I don't want to trap my rook, so I need to create a little bit of breathing room, and this is the fastest way to do that. Knight to a7. I mean, you can still play it, but then just rook c to d8 and that opportunity is gone. So I think this was kind of more just reacting to the fact that Gukesh realized that his rook's trapped. But I mean, this is insane. This is like the kind of, honestly, like I would see this kind of stuff happening at my level, playing like a 2000 ranked player where, you know, say if you're playing with the white pieces, like, oh, you missed knight to a7. Now at least I can escape with my rook. It's completely possible that there are just other levels that I'm not aware of, so I wouldn't jump to that conclusion. But it does seem to me that Gukesh is like, okay, cool, let me just make some room for my rook that was trapped a moment ago, but no longer is now. Pretty weird. Okay, but now d6 still. And I think this is the problem, is that Ding can still play d6. And d6 is pretty horrible. Of course, if you take, I'm going to take with a fork, so you don't want to do that. So c5, and basically just leaving this pawn, this advanced pawn, in a position where it's being blockaded by a queen. And generally speaking, if your queen is tied down by a pawn, that's just bad news. Just simplify the position, no tension. Ding needs to get possessed to not win. Yeah, I agree. Okay. Well, we've seen exactly this combination on the board. Ding realizing the power of pushing that d pawn. We're about to see him do it, and we're going to see a very quick response from Gukesh. Remember, these players have 13 moves still to play in order to get to move 40. And it's quite conceivable that we'll have a result before then. Gukesh following up with the best move, c5, but it could be a situation where it's just too little too late. the d6 pawn is going to be an absolute thorn in black's side, especially considering that black is going to be kind of blockading that pawn unless Gukesh decides to leave his knight on b8 so that he can move his queen. And we have the knight jumping in to c7, attacking the rook on e8. And that rook shuffles across to f8. Let's take a look at the analysis. Really enormous advantage now. Enormous advantage after the last couple of moves for white. It's plus 3.5 if we play b4. Everything else is just plus 3. Ding can basically do whatever he wants. And what's incredible here is still we have a situation where there isn't a material advantage yet. But white has just absolutely dominated in terms of having advanced pawns, holding on to everything, having good piece activity. And okay, we haven't seen that positional advantage turn into a material advantage yet, but it will soon enough. Yeah, b4 is pretty incredible. If we do have b4, we'll have to take en passant. A takes b, queen takes b3, attacking the knight on b6. And where does that knight go exactly? We have to just defend it. So we play queen to c6. And now, knight to b5, just moving back. Not doing anything too life-changing, but just holding onto this advanced d6 pawn is just so advantageous. Knight to a8 obviously says membrane potential. Yeah, knight to a8 would be very, very miserable. What's insane is that like it feels like the knight should be defended on a8, but it's not. So we have to literally, it has no other squares. So you, oh, I guess you can go knight to a4, but that looks bad. That looks bad. Yeah, queen to c6 makes more sense because of the fact that we're also protecting the e4 pawn, which is hanging. Okay, we have a few moves. Let's take a look. The knight jumps in from b8 to c6, I believe. That was the move that Gukesh played. Oh, it's Gukesh's signature move. That's true. We saw that in the last game. I forgot about that. Yeah. But yeah, obviously a very big difference in terms of the outcome. Okay, we're about to see a move from Ding. Are we? Something happened. Okay, so he captures the pawn in the center, and now for the first time we actually have a material advantage. White is up 1 pawn. And you might be saying, well, why is it plus 3.6 if white's only up 1 pawn? I think a big part of it has to do with the fact that white has control of these open files, the open e file, 2 very well-placed rooks, and also has a knight, a very advanced knight on c7, preventing this rook in having any part in this game, basically, challenging for the e file. Advanced d pawn that's being protected multiple times and has still a lot of potential in terms of being able to win more material. So a lot of it is still kind of positional, but we're going to see that, as we just saw a moment ago, turning into more material shortly. Why didn't he take the knight on c6? Well, you don't really need to. I guess actually that's true. Why didn't he? Because the knight now wants to come to d4, I suppose. But yeah, I guess, I mean, I would probably be more inclined to, no. We don't want to open up the F file. Yeah, I understand moving back. Okay, we have knight takes, d5. Knight takes d5, pawn takes d5. Wow. And now knight to d4 is possible. But we can just capture on c5. And suddenly this knight is all dressed up with nowhere to go. Well, it does have one place to go. Knight to b3. Queen to b4. Obviously the queen's under fire. And then queen to c8. Rook to e7. And like we're starting to see things really, really fall apart. Just pressure being exerted from like every angle. White has done so well to set this up, and we've gotten that massive snowball effect. Take on c6 and put the rook on e7 is what I would have done. Yeah. Well, I guess... Oh, yeah. In this position. So let's try that. So takes, queen takes, and then rook to e7. Yeah. That makes actually a lot of sense. Yeah, I was just thinking like, oh, it's probably better to hold on to the light square bishop, and considering that this is maybe the one point that black would be able to get some counterplay is on the docks, on the light squares, if you do decide to trade off this bishop, but it just doesn't matter at this point. It's too little too late kind of situation. Seeing a bunch of moves happening. Rook comes to c8. Let's keep an eye on the players because 7 moves away from move 40. Gukesh under 6 minutes and Ding approaching 6 minutes. Both players playing pretty quickly. We are about to see a move from Ding with the white pieces. His queen's under fire on c5, so he needs to move it. But where to? So he retreats his queen to b4, I believe? No, d4. Okay. Choose Your Context asks, you paid such a hefty amount for streaming rights for viewership. Have you paid? No, not at all. This is within the bounds of fair use. Here's my little setup. I do occasionally cut to FIDE, but lots of streamers are doing that too. If they messaged me and they were like, hey, you're infringing copyrights, I would be like, no problem. And then I'd just show just the board. But they're pretty relaxed, which is quite nice. All right, we are seeing some very quick moves. Let's keep an eye on things. Okay, so we do have the rook on e7, which is something that we were looking at earlier. And actually, we can play bishop to f1. Just chasing that queen on b5. Black plays rook to c4, attacking the queen. And white's real advantage is actually pretty surprising. We can capture on c4, believe it or not. What? Queen takes c4, queen takes c4, rook to e8. Rook to e8, threatening to capture and promote. Rook takes. We're going to capture with check, and now we have an enormous material advantage. So this is the move. No, he doesn't find it. He doesn't find takes. No. Okay, it doesn't really matter. Huge advantage still for white, but the cleanest way forward was just to capture that rook on c5. Obviously felt a little bit risky, so he decided not to go for it. Man, that's unfortunate. Because if he had found that, I think we would have seen Gukesh resign already. But Gukesh just barely holding on by the skin of his teeth, as they say. Bishop to f1. Attacking the queen. I mean, can we not just... No, we can't. We can't yet play rook to e8 because the queen can capture on d7. So we have to be a little bit careful here. We don't want to give up that advantage yet. Okay, let's try d6. Just keeping the pawns rolling. And I guess we could just replace one passed pawn with another if queen takes. I mean, I could even follow up with like queen to e7. Thinking of all sorts of ideas now. All right, we have the bishop on d6. Man, this is exciting. We're getting to the business end of this game. A lot of time pressure. Let's take a look at the players live. All right, the bishop comes to d6. Getting the bishop into the game. And I'm kind of curious about this move, bishop to d6. Man, I'm anxious, says Swastik004. Come on, ding. It is a little scary. Mark Allwood's also in the chat. Welcome, Mark. I cannot believe I bet every time no draw, then 2 decisive results in a row. Sad life. Oh my gosh. Very unfortunate. But this game's not over yet. There's still a little bit of work to be done. Okay. Rook to a8 is interesting. So what is the threat here? Let's just make a nothing move. Actually, there isn't an immediate threat. We can still play bishop to f1. Thought maybe there's some kind of like discovery attack. Just move back, and then you're giving up this pawn. Oh, no. Let's move back here to e5. Okay, Gukesh, let's take a look at how much time he has on the clock. Just 3 minutes. But they are 2 moves away from that 40 move mark. Exciting game or just getting exciting? I was watching from the gym. No, it's been an exciting game the whole day. It's been pretty incredible. Okay, he goes for f6. And we have the hands have... We have... Oh my gosh, there was a rook sacrifice. That's incredible. Okay, they shake hands. It's game over. Gukesh agreeing that there was no way that black was going to win that one. And we have a decisive result. Ding Loren winning with the white pieces. We'll spend a little bit of time looking at why exactly this ended up the way it did. This is really interesting. Rook takes g7 with check, sacrificing the rook. And there's apparently a forced mate line here. We can first take with the bishop. And after the king takes back, we can promote with check. And just a few more moves, we'll be able to finish this off. Let's see if we can find it. Okay, so queen to e8 first. We capture... what's the fastest way to do this? Queen takes f6. Okay. Into f7, and then... Okay, we throw in a check first. King to e8. I mean, rook to e1. We could even... No. Queen to e3. Okay. But regardless, this is basically done and dusted. And that was the idea behind this rook sacrifice, just allowing the floodgates to open and to finish it off. What an exciting game. What an absolutely exciting game. And it started off pretty unassuming, I have to say. And I think out of the opening, Gukesh just playing too passively. And that passive play ultimately resulted in like a snowball effect where he went from being, you know, slightly behind to a little bit more behind. Suddenly, white had kind of a decisive advantage. And throughout the middle game, as the players approached move 40, it just got worse and worse for Gukesh. And now things are all equal. If we take a look at Polymarket, Ding has a 49% chance of winning the World Chess Championship. Tomorrow is a rest day. Wednesday, Gukesh is going to come back with the white pieces. And both players will have one more chance at trying to win in the regulation play without going to standard time controls for the tiebreaker, which I think we'd all prefer. But yeah, it's been incredibly exciting. Yeah, what a world championship it is, says Shivam Shah. Absolutely. Sacrifices the rook. Definitely. Mark Orwood says, I feel like I can be too passive sometimes in my daily games. I don't know how to convert advantages. Yeah, that happens to all of us. And fortunately for Ding today, not something that happened for him. He managed to convert this advantage. And if we just basically take a look at the game as it progressed, you can really see the analysis bar just starting in White's favor and just gradually over time improving. Ding played incredibly well. Gukesh just played too passively, and I think this is often something that you see when you're up, is that you know that you need to be as cautious as possible, but unfortunately sometimes by playing too cautiously, you give your opponent so much momentum, and that's exactly what happened in this game. Yeah, beautiful. Beautiful from Ding. Let's take a look at the percentages to wrap things up. 92.5% accuracy from Ding Liren. Just 80% accuracy from Gukesh. Unfortunate, but yeah, really something special from Ding today. And I think it's going to set up an exciting finish to this year's World Chess Championship. All right, folks, that is a wrap. Let's take a look at our poll. I guess I should end the poll to wrap things up. 30 votes, 50% expecting Ding to win, and it was Ding who won. 17% expecting Gukesh, 33% expecting a draw. Guys, we will be back live streaming again on Wednesday, so keep that in your diary. We're going to have a lot of fun on Wednesday. And remember, Wednesday, Thursday, the last 2 days, day 13, day 14, and then if it's still tied, we will have a tiebreaker on Friday. So that should be really exciting. But yeah, that is a wrap for today. Thanks so much for tuning in. And I will see you guys all on Wednesday, if I'm not mistaken. That's the plan. Thanks, guys. Have a good one. And I'll see you all soon. Bye, everyone. Well, let me send a couple of emotes to wrap things up. Awesome, guys. Have a good one wherever you are in the world. Enjoy your day, and I'll chat to you guys soon.